Hey everyone, this is Modern Capitalism and Revolution by Cornelius Castoriadis. This is the last essay from his Political and Social Writings, Volume 2. Um, it was originally published in installments, looks like, from December 1960 to April and December 1961. The first version of this text published in 1959 and a second in 1960. So, that era, that circa 1960 or 1961, however you want to think about it. Jesus Christ. All right, let's go. Okay. Modern Capitalism and Revolution. Bracket synopsis, end bracket. The length of this text and the need to spread its publication over several issues of this review prompt us, by way of an introduction, to provide a summary of its main theses. In marked contrast to the activity of the masses in backward countries, a prolonged political apathy on the part of the working class seems to be characteristic of modern capitalist societies. In France even, Gaullism, which represents capitalism's effort to modernize itself, was possible only on the basis of such apathy. In its turn, it has reinforced this tendency. Since Marxism is above all a theory of the proletarian revolution in advanced countries, one cannot continue to call oneself Marxist and remain silent on these problems. What does the, quote, modernization of capitalism consist of? What is its connection with the political apathy of the masses? What are the consequences of all this for the revolutionary movement today? First, we ought to look into and describe some of the new and enduring traits of capitalism. The ruling classes have successfully gotten a handle on the level of economic activity and have been able to prevent major economic crises. In numerical terms, unemployment has decreased to a great extent. The working class's real wages are going up much more rapidly and regularly than before. These steadier wage increases have brought in their wake an increase in mass consumption that in fact has become indispensable to the continuing operation of the economy, and that is now irreversible. Trade unions, having become mere cogs in the system, negotiate the workers' docility in return for higher wages. Political life takes place exclusively among specialists. The general population has lost all interest in such matters. There are no more political organizations in which the working class participates or to which it lends its support through its actions. Outside the sphere of production, the proletariat no longer appears to be a class with its own goals and objectives. The entire population is caught up in a vast movement of privatization. Everyone takes care of his own business, but the affairs of society as a whole seem to escape their control. If they strictly followed their own principles, prisoners of traditional ways of looking at things would have to conclude that there no longer is a revolutionary perspective on events or any perspectives for revolution. Indeed, for traditional Marxism, the, quote, objective, end quote, contradictions of capitalism were essentially economic contradictions, and the system's radical inability to satisfy the working class's economic demands made these the motive force of the class struggle. Although this view corresponded to certain outward manifestations of capitalism during its previous stages, these ideas fall apart in the face of present-day experience. Quote, objective, end quote, economic contradictions disappear when capital becomes totally concentrated, as is the case in Eastern Bloc countries, and the degree of state intervention found today in the West suffices to smooth out the economy's spontaneously generated imbalances. Wage levels are determined not by, quote, objective, end quote, economic laws, but basically by class struggle. Provided they do not exceed productivity increases, wage increases are quite feasible under capitalism today. The traditional view also is false on the philosophical level. Objectivist and mechanistic, it eliminates the actions of people and classes from history to replace these actions with a, quote, objective dynamic, end quote, natural laws. It makes of the proletarian revolution a simple reflex of revolt against hunger, and it provides no clear reason why a socialist society might be the result. But there is even more. The understanding of the capitalist economy and its crisis becomes for the traditional view the prerogative of specialized theoreticians. The solution to this crisis becomes a simple question of making some, quote, objective, end quote, transformations in its structure, i.e., the elimination of private property and the market. In no way is an autonomous intervention on the part of the proletariat required. This view can only serve, and has only served in history, the foundations for a bureaucratic politics. The fundamental contradiction of capitalism is to be found in production and work. This contradiction is contained within the alienation experienced by every worker. We may summarize this alienation by pointing out capitalism's need to reduce workers to the role of mere executants and the inability of this system to function if it succeeded in achieving this required objective. In other words, capitalism needs to realize simultaneously the participation and exclusion of the workers in the production process. The same goes for its citizens in the political sphere, and so on and so forth. As the real contradiction in contemporary society, and also the ultimate source of its crisis, this alienation cannot be alleviated by carrying out reforms, by raising the standard of living, or by eliminating private property and the, quote, market, end quote. It will be abolished only by the instauration of the workers' collective management over both production and society as a whole. Experienced daily by the proletariat, this alienation is the only possible basis for the proletariat to achieve socialist consciousness, and it is what gives the class struggle under capitalism its universal and permanent character. It establishes the framework for the history and the dynamics of capitalist society, which is nothing other than the history and dynamics of this class struggle. This dynamic is historical rather than, quote, objective, end quote, for it constantly modifies both the conditions under which it develops as the very adversaries who are parties to this conflict. As such, it gives rise to collective experience and collective creation. To an increasing degree, the class struggle has determined the way technology, production, politics, and the economy have evolved. Directly or indirectly, it has forced upon capitalism the changes we are describing here today. At the, quote, subjective, end quote, level, these changes are expressed in the accumulated experience the ruling classes have of the class struggle and in the new capitalist policies they accordingly adopt. For Marxists, capitalist policy used to be synonymous with impotence, pure and simple. Such a policy was dominated by the ideology of, quote, laissez-faire, end quote, which limited the role of the state to that of policeman. Today, however, this policy recognizes the state's overall responsibilities and constantly is seeking to enlarge its functions. It now is taking on certain objectives, such as full employment and economic development, that no longer can be left to the, quote, spontaneous, end quote, functioning of the economic system. Today, this policy is tending to put all spheres of social activity under its control, whatever its form. It thereby adopts a totalitarian character. At the, quote, objective level, the transformations of capitalism are expressed in increasing, quote, bureaucratization. The origins of this tendency are in production, but eventually it extends itself to the economy as a whole and to politics. Ultimately, it invades all sectors of social life. Bureaucratization obviously goes hand in hand with the expanded role and increasing preponderance of the bureaucracy as a managerial stratum. Concentration and satisfaction are but different aspects of the same phenomenon, and in their turn they significantly modify the functioning of the economy as a whole. But the most profound effect of bureaucratization is that, as a, quote, organization, end quote, rationalization of all collective activity from the outside, it carries out a destruction of the significations first created by capitalism as it produces mass irresponsibility. Privatization on the individual level is a corollary of these phenomenon. The quote, ideal tendency, end quote, of bureaucratic capitalism is the constitution of a totally hierarchized society in continuous expansion where people's increasing alienation in their work would be compensated by a, quote, rising standard of living, end quote, and where all initiative would be given over to, quote, organizers, end quote. Objectively inscribed within contemporary social reality, this tendency coincides with the ultimate goal of the ruling classes to foil the revolt of the exploited by harnessing them to the race for an improved standard of living. By breaking up their solidarity through the hierarchization and by bureaucratizing all collective efforts, conscious or not, this is the bureaucratic capitalist project. The practical meaning that ties together the actions undertaken by the ruling classes with the objective processes unfolding in their society. This project fails because it cannot overcome capitalism's basic contradiction, which, on the contrary, it is magnifying to infinity. Increasing bureaucratization of social activities extends into every domain of the basic conflict between directors and executants, and the irrationality that is inherent in management by bureaucracies. For this reason, capitalism absolutely cannot avoid crises, breakdowns in the normal functioning of society, although these crises are not always of the same type, nor do they stem from a single, uniform set of causes. Upon the basis of the same immanent capitalist contradiction, the old expressions of capitalist irrationality are replaced by new ones. Only the class struggle can give the contradictions and crisis of modern society a revolutionary character. The present situation is ambiguous in this respect. In production, this struggle appears with a hitherto unknown intensity. It tends to raise the question of who will manage production, and this in the most modern countries. Outside of production, however, it no longer expresses itself at all, or only in a truncated and distorted way through bureaucratized organizations. The proletariat's, quote, absence from society, end quote, also has a double meaning. On the one hand, it represents a victory for capitalism. The bureaucratization of their organizations drives the workers away from collective action. The collapse of traditional ideology and the absence of a socialist program prevent them from generalizing their criticism of the production process and from transforming this criticism into a positive conception of a new society. The philosophy of consumption itself begins to penetrate into the proletariat. But on the other hand, the proletariat is experiencing a new phase in the history of capitalism that could lead to a far more profound and general critique of capitalist ways of living than was ever possible in the past. And this could lead to a renewal within the proletariat of the socialist project at a higher level than ever before. The, quote, ripening, end quote, of the conditions for socialism continues. Of course, this can never mean a purely objective ripening, growth of the forces of production, or growing, quote, contradictions, end quote, nor can it ever mean a purely subjective experience, the sedimentation of actual experience in proletarians. It means, rather, the accumulation of the objective conditions for an adequate consciousness. The proletariat cannot eliminate reformism or bureaucratism before it has lived through reformism and bureaucratism. That is to say, before the proletariat has produced reformism and bureaucratism as living social realities. Today, workers' management and the overcoming of the capitalist values of production and consumption as ends in themselves appear to the proletariat as the only way out. These contradictions require that the revolutionary movement undergo profound transformations. Its critique of society, which is essential for helping the workers see that their own direct experience is valuable and can be generalized, has to be completely reoriented. It should seek to describe and analyze the contradictions and the irrationality of the bureaucratic management of society at every level, and to denounce the inhuman and absurd character of work today. It should expose the arbitrariness and monstrosity of hierarchy in both production and in society at large. In a corresponding fashion, its program of demands should center around the struggle over the way work is organized and over labor and living conditions in the workplaces, as well as the struggle against hierarchy. On the other hand, the basic problem the revolutionary movement faces in the age of modern capitalism is how to pass from class struggle on the level of the enterprise to the class struggle on the overall level of society. The movement can fulfill its role in this respect only if it destroys all the equivocations and double talk now weighing down on the idea of socialism, only if it ruthlessly denounces the values of contemporary society, and only if it presents the socialist program to the proletariat for what it really is, a program for humanizing work and society. The revolutionary movement will be able to fulfill these tasks only if it ceases to appear as a traditional revolutionary movement. Traditional politics are dead, and becomes a total movement concerning with everything people do in society, and above all with their real daily lives. Likewise, it therefore should cease being an organization of specialists and become instead a place for positive socialization, where individuals relearn how to live a truly collective life by managing their own affairs and by developing themselves through their work in a common endeavor. Finally, it is obvious that the theoretical conceptions underlying revolutionary activity and the very conception of what revolutionary theory is will have to be changed radically. Bracket, the problem stated, end bracket. And just to recall, if you're just listening to this essay, the bracketed, if you're just started listening to these recordings of Castoriadis that I've been putting up, when I say like bracket and then like a phrase, typically that means that it was a section that was introduced, the writing itself, the content of the section wasn't introduced, but the organization, the breaking down into sections was something that Maurice Brinton did when he was publishing Castoriadis' work in English in the journal Solidarity. Anywhoser. So yeah, the bracket, the problem stated, end bracket. There are people who succeed in being revolutionaries only by keeping their eyes shut. Leon Trotsky. In Cuba, a partisan peasant force has overthrown a long-established dictatorship that had been supported by the United States. In South Africa, illiterate blacks subjected for generations to the total domination of 3 million white slave masters have formed clandestine organizations, mobilized themselves collectively, invented unprecedented forms of struggle, and are on the point of forcing the Verwoerd government to commence what the Financial Times called, quote, a long and painful retreat, end quote. I think I'm pronouncing that right. The Verwoerd is Verwoerd. In South Korea, the dictatorship of Syngman Rhee supported openly by the United States for the past 15 years, has collapsed under the blows dealt by popular demonstrations in which students have played a preponderant role. Again, it was students who were the first to line up in Turkey against the Menderes government, Menderes government, and its dictatorial measures. They opened up the crisis that ended in the fall of that regime. In France, however, a regime collapsed in 1958, and a war has been going on for 6 years amid general apathy. In the United States, politicians and sociologists bemoan the political indifference of the population. In England, after a series of electoral defeats, the Labour Party cannot even succeed in getting its own members interested in a discussion of how to change its program. Political life in the Federal Republic of Germany is basically reduced to the whims of an 80-year-old man and to intrigues being hatched around who will be his successor. Must we conclude from now on mass political activity Must we conclude that from now on mass political activity is a phenomenon confined to backward countries, that the only groups capable of acting to change their destinies are peasants, students, and oppressed races in colonial countries? Is the population's interest in politics a direct function of economic and cultural, quote, backwardness, end quote, and does modern civilization signify that the fate of society no longer concerns its members? What has been happening in France for the past 2 years obliges us to pose these very questions even more concretely. After having reflected upon the instauration and the present course of the Fifth Republic, we must make 2 conclusions. First of all, whatever the intentions and ideas of its top rulers, the contradictions that tear at it, and the impasses it encounters, the objective meaning of the Gaullist regime is that French capitalism is undergoing a process of modernization. The net effect of this effort might be difficult to calculate, but its meaning is as clear-cut as the irreversible character of its effects upon French social realities is far-reaching. Second, this effort was possible from the beginning and remains so today only in terms of the overall attitude of the population and of the laboring masses in particular. This attitude boils down to their apathy or indifference to political matters, which, as a first approximation, we can call their depoliticization. If these 2 conclusions sum up the meaning of the present situation in France, it is clear that they also raise at the same time a series of problems. Indeed, one cannot in all seriousness define the present evolution of French society as some kind of, quote, modernization, end quote, without reflecting on the content of this modernization effort and without having a deeper understanding of its meaning. One cannot limit oneself to the conclusion that it is the apathy of the masses that has allowed Gaullism as a modernization effort to succeed and then refuse to question oneself on the connection between these 2 phenomena. Last and certainly not least, one cannot talk about depoliticization while omitting to mention that this depoliticization appears as characteristic of all modern countries for the past 15 years, and that France has caught up with more advanced countries only rather late in the game. Indeed, we must insist on the general character of this phenomenon. The countries concerned, and the ones to which we will refer in this text when we speak of modern capitalist countries, are all those in which pre-capitalist structures in the economy and in the overall organization of society basically have been eliminated. These are the only countries that count when we want to talk about the problems of a capitalist society rather than the problems associated with the passage from another form of social life to capitalism. These countries include the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark, England, West Germany, Holland, Belgium, Austria, Switzerland, now France, and soon Italy. In all, the populations of these countries exceed 450 million inhabitants. In them are concentrated 3/4 of total production in the Western world and 9/10 of its industrial production. Last and certainly not least, these countries are where the overwhelming majority of the modern proletariat lives and works, and among the countries of the Eastern Bloc, the ones that have gone through the process of industrialization, like Russia, Czechoslovakia, and East Germany, basically are heading down the same or fundamentally similar road. Now, of course, the great majority of humanity still remains outside this type of system of rule. This applies to the overwhelming majority of people from countries in the Western world. 1.4 billion inhabitants versus 450 million. As well as from the Eastern Bloc, 650 million versus 250 million. But it is, or it should be, just as obvious that Marxism is in the first place a theory of revolution in capitalist countries, not in backward countries. If Marxists search for the roots of revolution from now on in colonial countries, and the contradictions of capitalism in the opposition between the West and the Third World, or even in the struggle between the two blocs, they might just as well stop calling themselves Marxists. Fucking amen to that. For Marxism was or tried to be a theory of socialist revolution supported by the proletariat, not a theory of the revolution of African peasants or of Apulian farmhands in southern Italy. It was not a theory of revolution produced by non-capitalist remnants still extant in the societies of various nations or of the world in general. It was rather the ideological expression of the proletariat's activity, itself the product of capitalism and industrialization. However important backward countries may be, it is not in Leopoldville or even Peking, but in Pittsburgh and Detroit, in the Midlands and in the Ruhr Valley, in the industrial belt around Paris, in Moscow and in Stalingrad that the fate of the modern world ultimately will be decided, and no one can call himself a Marxist or a revolutionary socialist if he evades the following question. What is becoming of the proletariat today as a revolutionary class where the proletariat actually exists? We are therefore going to try to understand what the, quote, modernization, end quote, of capitalism consists. In other words, what are the changes that have supervened in the workings of capitalism that distinguish contemporary capitalism from either the capitalism of previous eras or, and this is almost as important, from the image of the traditional Marxist movement, from the image the traditional Marxist movement has made of it? What is the connection between the, quote, modernization, end quote, of capitalism and the, quote, depoliticization, end quote, of the masses? Finally, what can revolutionary politics in the present era be, and what should it be? One, a few important traits of contemporary capitalism. To start with, we will limit ourselves to describing new phenomenon, either actually new or new in relation to traditional Marxist theory. At this point, we are not trying to provide an analysis of these phenomena and still less a systematic explanation of them. 1. Capitalism has succeeded in getting a handle on the level of economic activity to such a degree that fluctuations in production and demand are kept within narrow limits, and depressions on the scale of pre-war days now have been ruled out. This is the result both of changes in the economy itself and of new relations between the state and the economy. First of all, the range of spontaneous fluctuations in economic activity has been considerably reduced because the components of overall social demand have become much more stable. This stability, in its turn, is the result of many factors. A. Rising wage rates, an increase in the number of workers on permanent hire, and the introduction of unemployment insurance have limited variations in the demand for consumer goods, and hence in the production of these goods. They also have greatly lessened the cumulative effect that downward trends in demand once used to have. B. The continuous and irreversible increase in state expenditures creates a stable demand that absorbs 20 to 25% of the social product, taking into account the activities of semi-governmental institutions and funds that, quote, pass through, end quote, the state. The public sector controls or handles up to 40 or 45% of the total social product in the case of certain countries. For instance, in Britain in 1961, the gross national expenditure, or, quote, gross national product at market prices, end quote, amounted to £26.986 billion. Total revenue of the combined public authorities, i.e. direct and indirect taxes, contributions paid to the central government or to local authorities, etc., amounted to £8.954 billion, or 33.3% of the gross national product. Tables 1 and 43 in National Income and Expenditure, 1963, Her Majesty's Stationery Office, London. On the other hand, out of a total domestic investment of fixed capital of £4.577 billion in 1961, £1.799 billion, about 40%, was invested by state and public enterprises. Taking the two amounts together and eliminating some duplications, it can be seen that the proportion of gross national product directly handled by the state in 1961 was just under 40%. In 1963 in Britain, the state and its agencies, including the boards of the nationalized industries and local authorities, employed 5,250,000 people, excluding the armed forces. This accounts for nearly 25% of all employed persons, in contrast with figures of less than 2 million, about 10% in 1939. C. Capitalist accumulation, whose fluctuations were principally responsible for economic instability in the past, varies much less than it used to. First, because capital tends to be invested now in much more massive amounts, and these investments tend to be spread over a longer period of time, because the accelerated rate of technical progress induces or obliges business enterprises to invest in a much more continuous fashion. And finally, because, in the view of capitalists, continued expansion justifies an investment policy of constant growth. In their turn, these investments nourish further expansion and ratify the whole policy, so to speak, after the fact. Second, the state has a continuous policy of conscious intervention aimed at maintaining economic expansion. Even if the capitalist state's policy is incapable of avoiding alternating phases of recession and inflation in the economy, still less of assuring its optimum rational development, it has been obliged to assume the responsibility for maintaining, maintaining relative, full employment, end quote, and for eliminating major depressions. The situation in 1933, which would correspond today in the United States to there being 30 million unemployed, is absolutely inconceivable, for it would provoke a total explosion of the system within 24 hours. Neither the workers nor the capitalists would tolerate it any longer. The extent of its intervention in economic life, and especially the enormous share of the social product it directly or indirectly handles, now furnish the capitalist state with the instruments it needs to confine economic fluctuations within narrow limits. Consequently, despite pockets of unemployment, the numerical importance of unemployment, we are not speaking here of its human importance, has diminished tremendously. 1963. In practically all industrialized European countries, this is in brackets, in 1963. In practically all industrialized European countries, the percentage of unemployment has remained very low since the end of the war, fluctuating between 1 and 2% of the labor force. In Britain, where the swings have been largest, the average annual percentage of unemployed did not exceed 2.3% in 1959. It reached between 3 and 4% in the first quarter of 1963, but by the end of the year it was running again around 2%. West Germany absorbed a number of unemployed exceeding 1.5 million in 1950 and an influx of refugees of about 200,000 a year. Since 1960, unemployment in that country has remained below 1%. In France, unemployment has never exceeded 1% of the labor force. Italy and Japan, countries where industrialization was far from complete in the early post-war period, not only absorbed a huge number of agricultural workers into industry, but brought their unemployment down from 9.4% in 1955 to 3% in 1962. In the case of Italy, and in the case of Japan, to as low as 0.9% in 1962. In Sweden, Norway, and the Netherlands, the figure has never exceeded 2.6% since 1954, and is currently much lower. Even the United States, where the economic policies of the Eisenhower administration created virtual stagnation for 8 years, and where the full impact of rapidly advancing automation is felt, see below, unemployment averaged 4.6% between 1946 and 1962, with a peak of 6.8% in 1958. This compares with pre-war oscillations of the unemployment rate in the United States of between 3.3% in the, quote, boom year of 1929 and 25% in 1933. The unemployment rate was still 10% in 1940, a year of, quote, full recovery, end quote, and war preparation. With a few local exceptions, there has been little technological unemployment, despite enormous technical change, and it is clear that the introduction of automation will not create unemployment in this regard on anything more than the local level. The near disappearance of unemployment has contributed to a long-term rise in average earnings for the working class, but above all, increases in real wages have been not only more rapid than in previous periods of capitalism, but much more regular. This is, first and foremost, the result of more than a century of working class struggles, but general organized struggles as well as, quote, informal, end quote, struggles within a firm or individual shop. In more general terms, it comes from the constant pressure exerted in this direction by wage earners in every country and at all times. Bracket, 1965. To quote but one instance, in Britain, average hourly earnings of male adult workers in manufacturing rose from 39 shillings and 6 pence in 1950 to 84 shillings and 9 pence in 1964, a total increase of 114.3%, which is equivalent to a compound rate of growth of 6.6% per annum. See OECD General Statistics, July 1964, page 121. In these calculations, quote, earnings include bonuses, cost of living allowances, and taxes and contributions payable by the employed person. They represent the average hourly earnings, inclusive of overtime calculated over a whole working week. Of course, a big part of this rise in wages was eroded by the rising cost of living. The Consumer Price Index rose during the same period by 61.7%, or 4.1% per annum compound. This gives the average annual growth of earnings in real terms at 2.5% compound. This is rather lower than the corresponding rates for industrial continental countries. Furthermore, we are not saying that the process is an even one. In Britain in 1964, for instance, 10% of male adult workers still earned less than £12 per week. End bracket. On the other hand, employers have resorted to a new policy that is being applied by an increasing number of firms. This policy can be summarized as follows: give in, when one has to, on wages. Even anticipate demands in order to avoid conflicts. But make up for this by stepping up output and productivity. Bring the unions around to this policy whenever possible. And try to, quote, integrate, end quote, the workers into the firm by offering benefits and other setups expressly calculated to bring about this desired effect. Economic demands in the narrow sense, those aiming at wage increases and even those aiming at a reduction in the workday, no longer appear, either in the worker's eyes or in the eyes of the capitalist, as impossible to satisfy without upsetting the social system. An annual increase in bracket real and bracket wages on the order of 3% is now considered natural, normal, and inevitable, both by the bosses and by the workers. Of course, the latter view this as the minimum, the former see it as the maximum. Capitalism can achieve a compromise on the issue of how to distribute the social product precisely because a rate of increase in wages on the same order as the increase in labor productivity leaves the existing method of allocation more or less intact. Bracket, 1965. If one looks at the distribution of the national product in the United Kingdom over the last quarter of a century, some interesting facts emerge. Excluding the pay of the armed forces, income from employment, wages, salaries, and employers' contributions to national insurance, etc., rose from 2.956 billion in 1938 to 7.375 billion in 1950 and to 16.673 billion in 1962. As the national income rose during the same period from 4.816 billion pounds to 10.701 billion pounds and to 22.631 billion respectively, it will be seen that the proportion of the national income represented by, quote, labor income, end quote, increased from 61.4% in 1939 to 68.9% in 1950 and 73.7% in 1962. This partly reflects the increase in the proportion within the total labor force of those dependently employed, i.e. the further shrinking of, quote, self-employment, end quote, in agriculture, small trade, etc. But there can be no doubt that the labor share did not fall. Labor's income has risen at least pari passu with the value of total output. Similar trends can be observed in all industrial countries. What's going on here? In all industrial countries, although these and any other statistics need to be interpreted with care for numerous reasons, some of which are well known and some less well known. No restrictions or qualifications can reverse the basic conclusion that wages rise in the long run pari passu with output. As will be explained later in the text, they are bound to. 4. Rising wage rates and the near disappearance of unemployment have led to a steady increase in the worker's standard of living as measured in terms of goods consumed. In the long run, and leaving aside cyclical fluctuations and those due to local or particular occupational situations, this increase tends to run parallel with the overall rise in production. Bracket, 1965. This does not mean, of course, that modern capitalism has eliminated poverty. In Britain, for instance, in 1964, there were some 3 million people on national assistance benefits, each one a living indictment of the system, and each one living proof of the incompleteness and unevenness of the changes we are describing. One should not forget, however, that both the concept and the definition of poverty should be looked at historically, that they have changed over a century, and that today the level below which one, quote, qualifies, end quote, for, quote, public aid, end quote, is certainly higher than it was pre-war. There has, moreover, been a genuine change in living standards. When Michael Harrington, in The Other America, Michael Harrington being of Democratic Socialists of America fame, or President Johnson speak of the, quote, submerged fifth, end quote, of the American population, this is certainly a powerful indictment of the most modern capitalism in the world. Such poverty should certainly be brought to light and denounced. But for those who wish to look a little deeper, this, quote, submerged fifth, end quote, should be seen against the background of President Truman's, quote, underprivileged quarter of our people, end quote, and of President Roosevelt's, quote, depressed third, end quote. End bracket. This phenomenon is not just irreversible, barring a world cataclysm. It results from a process that nothing can stop any longer. For it is now incorporated into the anatomy, into the physical structure of capital. 2/3 of end-use production today is made up of objects of consumption, and a growing proportion of these products is being mass-produced. Capital accumulation would be impossible in these sectors of the economy without steady growth of mass demand for consumer goods, including those formerly considered luxury items. This whole process is sustained by a tremendous amount of commercialization, and by advertising campaigns aimed at creating new needs and at psychologically manipulating consumers. It is reinforced by collateral systems such as consumer credit, which have had decisive effects upon the, quote, durable goods, end quote, market. The rising standard of living goes hand in hand with an increase in leisure, though this is much more limited and irregular in its development. The two are accompanied by changes in consumption patterns as well as, up to a certain point, overall changes in people's way of life. The role of trade unions has been profoundly altered, both objectively and in the eyes of both the capitalists and the workers. 5. The role of trade unions has been profoundly altered both objectively and in the eyes of both the capitalists and the workers. Their basic function has become the maintenance of labor peace in exchange for periodic wage concessions and a highly relative status quo on labor conditions. Capitalists thus see unions as a necessary evil that they have given up fighting even indirectly. They are seen by workers as, quote, corporate, end quote, organs, as a kind of mutual benefit society capable, after a fashion, of guaranteeing some of their interest as workers and useful for obtaining timely wage increases. The idea that unions might have any relation whatsoever with a violent or peaceful, sudden or gradual transformation of the social system is, in the eyes of the workers, and to judge from their actions, an idea that has come straight from Mars. I thought it said Marx at first, but it's Mars, as in the planet. 6. Political life, in the current sense of the term, has become, in fact and in the eyes of the workers, a specialized business. It is generally considered a dishonest game played by the, quote, same old bunch of crooks, end quote. The population has lost all interest not only during normal periods of time, but even during those the specialists consider, quote, periods of political crisis, end quote. People never go any further than playing in the electoral game once every few years. They do so in a cynical and disillusioned way. 7. In particular, there are no more any working class political organizations. We're not even saying revolutionary ones. What goes by this name are some political organizations made up of 9/10 of bureaucrats, a handful of sincere or career-hunting intellectuals, and some professional trade unionists for whom the majority of the working class either votes or does not vote. In no modern country today does there exist any political organization of appreciable size whose militants come in any significant proportion from the working class, or which is even capable of effectively mobilizing a significant proportion of this class on political issues, even if we take a figure as low as 10 or 15%. Obviously, this change is connected with the degeneration and bureaucratization of the old working class organizations, which have become basically indistinguishable from bourgeois political organizations. But it also corresponds to a change in capitalism as a whole, as we have described it here. We will come back to this point later. 8. At first sight, the proletariat in this society appears to have ceased to be a class for itself and has returned to being a class in itself. In other words, it has become merely a social category defined by the position its members occupy in the relations of production. This category is constituted by the objective identity of the situation in which its members find themselves in society. But these individuals do not consciously, explicitly, and collectively pose to themselves the problem of their fate within this society. To be more precise, the proletariat continues to appear as a class that is conscious of its collective being, and it acts as such when its, quote, economic or, quote, occupational interests are at stake. Moreover, the workers or wage earners in each factory are tending to an increasing degree to take the form of a collectivity and to act as such in the permanent struggle within the enterprise when it comes to production relations and labor conditions. We will return to this phenomenon at greater length, for it is, for us, the fundamental one. But this does not affect at all the fact that, in its actual explicit attitude, the proletariat in modern capitalist societies no longer appears as a class that tries to act to overthrow this society or even to reform this society according to its own conception of what should be changed. 9. This same attitude exists among all classes and strata of the population and in relation to all social and collective activities. This is what shows, if there was need of it, that we are not talking about some circumstantial or temporary phenomenon of a passing setback in the proletariat's political consciousness. It is rather a deep-seated social phenomenon characteristic of the modern world. An infinitesimally small number of people are interested in public matters. The same minuscule proportion of unionized workers are interested in union affairs. The same negligible percentage of parents of school-age children are interested in the activities of parents' associations, and the same inconsiderable minority who participate in any organized social group whatsoever show any interest in managing the affairs of that group. The privatization of individuals is the most striking trait of modern capitalist societies. We should become aware that we live in a society whose most important characteristic, as far as we are concerned here, is its success till now in destroying the socialization of individuals in terms of their political socialization. This is a society in which, outside the labor process, people more and more perceive themselves as private individuals and behave as such, in which the idea that collective action might be able to determine how things turn out on the societal scale has lost its meaning. Save for an insignificant minority of bureaucrats or revolutionaries, it matters little here. In modern society, public matters, or more exactly, social matters, are seen not only as foreign and hostile, but also as beyond people's grasp and not liable to be affected by their actions. It therefore sends people back into, quote, private life, end quote, or into, quote, social life, end quote, in which society itself is never explicitly put into question. I guess this says 2. Yeah. Yeah, I think those are Roman numerals, not ones. Where am I? The revolutionary perspective in traditional Marxism. Those whom we shall call, quote, traditional Marxists, end quote, refuse to face up to these facts. Some will concede that objective transformations have taken place in contemporary capitalism, as described in the first 6 main paragraphs in the preceding section. But the changes in the class attitudes and activities in this society, especially those of the proletariat, in particular this central phenomenon that we have called, quote, that we have called privatization, simply do not exist for them. Given the name of, quote, depoliticization, or, quote, political apathy, is described as merely temporary, transitory, the result of a, quote, terrible defeat, etc. The magic word is thus used to make the reality of things disappear. The magic of words is thus used to make the reality of things disappear. One might hear it said, for example, that today's politicization of the French proletariat needs no special explanation. One may hear it said, for example, that today's depoliticization of the French proletariat needs no special explanation. It merely expresses a period of retreat after a serious defeat. But what defeat are they talking about? For a defeat you need a battle, and the striking thing about the Gaullist regime's taking of power is that it did so without a fight. Others try to, quote, deepen, end quote, their argument. The defeat lies in the fact that there was no fight. But clearly the refusal to do battle in May 1958 expressed precisely this mass, quote, apathy or, quote, depoliticization. Hence this explanation presupposes what it should be explaining. It is equally clear that no defeat is at the origin of the political apathy of the English, American, German, or Scandinavian proletariat. Traditional Marxists also remain silent in more general questions. Do the objective changes in capitalism have no relation to the attitudes of people in society? If this is a transitory state of affairs, what is meant by the word, quote, transitory, end quote? This fleeting moment, as well as the very existence of our galaxy, are transitory events. How can and should revolutionaries act so that the present situation, whether, quote, transitory, end quote, or not, can be overcome? Other traditional Marxists simply refuse to recognize at all the transformations capitalism is undergoing and bringing about. They wait patiently for the next great economic crisis. They continue to speak about the pauperization of the proletariat, denouncing growing capitalist profits at the same time that they try to demonstrate the historical tendency of the rate of profit to fall. This attitude is more consistent not only because it refuses to recognize anything in reality that annoys it, a sort of delirium that is harder to attack the more radical and complete it becomes, but also because it is trying to save what for a century has passed for the foundation of the revolutionary outlook in revolutionary politics. For those who think in traditional Marxist terms, the transformation of capitalism we have described necessarily led to the conclusion that revolutionary prospects have been wiped out. For the foundations of this perspective in the minds of traditional Marxists were, quote, the objective contradictions of the capitalist economy, end quote, on the one hand, and the system's radical inability to satisfy the workers' economic demands on the other. To be honest about it, there is no systematic theoretical answer in traditional Marxism to the following question. What leads the proletariat to undertake a kind of political activity that aims at transforming society? But the practice of the movement for the past century, and what can be called its spirit, clearly points to the kind of answer Marxists usually have in mind. To be sure, we can dig up a few immortal quotations where the proletarian condition is viewed as a total condition affecting all aspects of its existence. But there's no use trying to hide the fact that both in current theory and in daily practice within the movement, the main thing is the wage laborer's economic condition, and in particular the fact that he is exploited when he sells his labor power and thus has a portion of what he produces expropriated. On the theoretical level, all attention was turned towards capitalism's, quote, objective contradictions, end quote, and its, quote, inexorable economic mechanisms, end quote. These were supposed to be driving the system towards periodic crises and perhaps even toward its final collapse. At the same time, they made it impossible to satisfy the working class's consumer demands, forced wages to be reduced or wiped out, the effects of any increases, periodically creating massive unemployment, and constantly threatened to throw the worker into the growing ranks of the industrial reserve army. On the practical level, therefore, economic issues provided both the point of departure and the central themes for propaganda and agitation. Whence the primordial importance accorded to working in the unions, first to setting them up, then to, quote, infiltrating them, end quote. In brief, capitalist exploitation drove the proletariat to make economic demands that could not be satisfied within the confines of the established system. The experience or the awareness of this impossibility was supposed to get the workers to act politically in a way that would burst the system apart. Finally, the inner workings of the capitalist economy were supposed to produce crises, periodic breakdowns within the capitalist organization of society that would allow the proletariat to intervene en masse in order to impose its own solutions. No doubt these ideas correspond to real features in the evolution of capitalism and of the activity of the proletariat from the 19th century up until around the Second World War. The absence of any organization within the capitalist system gave completely free rein to, quote, market mechanisms, end quote. They necessarily tended to produce crises. Nothing a priori existed within liberal economics to limit the extent or the depths of these crises, and for a long time capitalism was bitterly opposed to any increases in the workers' standard of living. Struggles over economic demands were the point of departure for raising the class consciousness of large sections of the working class. Unions, which in their beginnings were much more than simple trade organizations, acted as a ferment for the working class masses and provided a setting for the education of militants. Only because large sections of the proletariat actively participated in unions on an ongoing basis was it possible for great labor organizations to be set up, to grow, and to have an effect upon the development of the capitalist economy and capitalist society. Indeed, large unions never would have become what they have become without the laboring masses being ready at all times, through all their ups and downs, to support their actions on key issues and to mobilize themselves politically beyond mere electoral activity. It seemed just as obvious that, once they went beyond a certain level of breadth and intensity, struggles over economic demands necessarily would tend to raise the question of who should have power and how society in general should be organized. Two examples taken from the French post-war experience will highlight the meaning of this last point and also will show why the traditional viewpoint may appear to French militants as corroborated by reality even today. From 1945 to 1950, French capitalism carried out the task of reconstruction amid general wastefulness and anarchy, but it followed a perfectly consistent chain of reasoning on one key point. Reconstruction takes place on the backs of the workers and is to be financed by lowering their standard of living and increasing their workload. Given the existence of certain inflationary mechanisms, and given that the bourgeoisie was in charge of the economy, it is easy to understand how every overall wage hike was met almost immediately with a price hike, effectively canceling it out. Because economic demands could not be satisfied within the existing framework, they necessarily led beyond the economic sphere. If the proletariat wanted to stop being overexploited, starting out with wage demands, it had to go beyond these demands and raise the issue of who controls prices, the economy, and ultimately, the state. In 1957 and 1958, in order to finance the Algerian War without cutting into profits, French capitalism lowered the standard of living of wage earners. Under such conditions, demands for wage hikes could not and did not succeed. The problem posed is that of overall economic equilibrium. Demands for a real increase in wages could be satisfied only if the way in which the social product was divided was changed. Given the prevailing circumstances, this meant a halt to the war, thus opening up in full the country's political problems. But these situations are in no way typical. They express the peculiarities of French capitalism and its, quote, backward, end quote, characteristics. Concretely speaking, they illustrate its inability to successfully establish a degree of, quote, rational, end quote, management of the economy during such periods of crisis. This incapacity is intimately connected with its inability to set up its own political organization and leadership. Post-war reconstruction was carried out in most other capitalist countries under infinitely more chaotic conditions without creating tensions comparable to those that existed in France. The Algerian War could have been avoided, as the Indochina War could have been avoided, as war in Tunisia, Morocco, or in Black Africa has been avoided, as the English have avoided war in India, Ghana, and Nigeria. In any case, it could have been financed in a way that would not have created an explosive economic situation in France, as is shown by what has happened since May 1958. The more typical situation is that of all the other modern capitalist countries, where, since the war, struggles over economic demands, while sometimes taking place on a large scale and even in a violent fashion, have not put the political leadership of society into question, and still less its structure. Such a challenge has occurred neither objectively nor in the heads of those who participate in these struggles. But, just as 19th century capitalism's apparent confirmation of these traditional conceptions did not suffice to give them a valid foundation, so their refutation by contemporary experience is not enough to decide their fate. In order to reach clear conclusions, we must discuss them on the properly theoretical level. This will lead us to a critical examination of Marxist political economy, the basis of which we can provide only through a rough sketch here. Marxist political economy. The undisputed and fundamental fact of capitalist society is that labor, as wage labor, is enthralled to capital. On the economic level, this servitude is expressed by the exploitation of wage labor, i.e., the ruling class's appropriation of a portion of the social product, surplus value, that it uses as it will. Under capitalism, this utilization of surplus value necessarily and in its essential part takes the form of accumulation, i.e., an increase in capital brought about by transforming a portion of surplus value into additional means of production. Combined with technical progress, accumulation leads to a permanent expansion of overall production and of production per worker, increased output or productivity. The development of capitalism signifies the destruction of pre-capitalist forms of production, feudal and small independent production, and the increasing proletarianization of society. At the same time, the struggle among capitalists brings about the concentration of capital, whether through the absorption or the elimination of the weakest capitalist or through voluntary mergers. This definition of the broad characteristics of the capitalist economy constitutes one of Marx's immortal contributions to our knowledge of modern social reality. Marx had clearly perceived all this back when capitalism really existed only in a few cities in Western Europe. His analysis has been brilliantly confirmed by the evolution of capitalism over the period of a century and across 5 continents. But a full economic analysis of capitalism ought to ask, and should attempt to answer, certain further questions about how the system functions and evolves. What, for example, determines the degree of capital's exploitation of wage labor, which is what Marx called the rate of exploitation, the relation of total surplus value or the mass of profits to the mass of wages, and how does this rate vary over time? How can economic balance, a point of equilibrium between overall supply and overall demand, be achieved in a system where production and demand depend upon millions of independent acts? How can this equilibrium be maintained, particularly in a system where all relations are constantly being altered and overturned by the processes of accumulation and technical change? Finally, we should ask what the long-term tendencies of capitalism are as it changes through time. In other words, how does the very functioning of the system progressively modify its structure? Again, it was Marx who first posed these questions clearly. He tried to respond systematically and coherently. Nevertheless, however rich in detail and significant in overall importance his monumental work devoted to these issues was, we must point out that the answers he gave are theoretically false and profoundly contradict what is, in our eyes, the spirit of his own revolutionary conceptions. The cornerstone of all these problems is the determination of the rate of exploitation. For Marx, this rate depends exclusively upon objective economic factors that ensured that this rate could only go on increasing. That is to say, seen in terms of economic exploitation, the exploitation of the workers under the capitalist system can only worsen. The rate of exploitation depends in effect upon 2 factors: real production output per work hour or days or weeks, and the level of real wages. Real product output is constantly growing, though through productivity increases as a result of technical innovations and, quote, closing the time gaps, end quote, in the workday. As for real wages, they are presented in capital as a given, the book Capital, as a given. They are the, quote, objective cost of maintaining the working class's, quote, standard of living in terms of commodities. What determines this standard of living? Quote, historical and moral factors, end quote, says Marx in Volume 1 of Capital. But in his writings, the overall exposition of this question makes it clear that for Marx, this standard of living ought at best to be considered a constant. The workings of the labor market and the pressure exerted by the existence of the surplus workforce, which are constantly being reproduced by capitalism itself, prevent living standards from ever rising in a significant and enduring way. Bracket. Quote, the rate of surplus value is therefore an exact expression for the degree of exploitation of labor power by capital, or of the exploitation of the workers by the capitalist, end quote. Capital. In Marxist economics, the rate of surplus value is expressed by the ratio surplus labor divided by necessary labor, or surplus value divided by variable capital. Expressed in money terms, this is equivalent to total profits divided by total wages. Wages are the price of the commodity labor power. Quote, wages, as we have seen, are the price of a definite commodity of labor power. Wages are, therefore, determined by the same laws that determine the price of every other commodity. End quote. Marx, Wage, Labor, and Capital. And this pricing of labor power is presented in Marx's writings as predetermined and oscillating around the value of labor power. Quote, supply and demand regulate nothing but the temporary fluctuations of market prices. They will explain to you why the market price of a commodity rises above or sinks below its value, but they can never account for that value itself. At the moment when supply and demand equilibrate each other, and therefore cease to act, the market price of a commodity coincides with its real value, with the standard price around which its market price oscillates. The same holds true of wages, wages being but a name for the price of labor, end quote. That's from Wages, Price, and Profit, Marx. If real wages are determined by the value of labor power, what determines this value? Marx was again quite explicit on this point. The value of labor power is determined by the objective cost of maintaining the life of the worker and of his family. Quote, what then is the value of laboring power? Like that of every other commodity, labor power's value is determined by the quantity of labor necessary to produce it. The laboring power of a man exists only in his living individuality. A certain mass of necessaries must be consumed by a man to grow up and maintain his life. Beside the mass of necessaries required for his own maintenance, he wants another amount of necessaries to bring up a certain quota of children that are to replace him on the labor market and to perpetuate the race of laborers. Moreover, to develop his laboring power and acquire a given skill, another amount of value must be spent. For our purpose, it suffices to consider only average labor, the cost of whose education and development are vanishing magnitudes. The value of laboring power is determined by the value of the necessaries required to produce, develop, maintain, and perpetuate the laboring power, end quote. This is the commodity equivalent of the standard of living of the working class. But what is it that determines this standard of living? Marx admitted that, quote, historical, quote, moral, and, quote, social factors entered into the determination of this standard of life. Quote, the value of laboring power is formed by two elements, the one merely physical, the other historical or social. Its ultimate limit is determined by the physical element, that is to say, to maintain and reproduce itself. To perpetuate its physical existence, the working class must receive the necessaries absolutely indispensable for living and multiplying. The value of the indispensable necessaries forms, therefore, the ultimate limit of the value of labor. Besides this mere physical element, the value of labor is in every country determined by a traditional standard of life. It is not mere physical life, but it is the satisfaction of certain wants springing from the social conditions in which people are placed and reared up. The English standard of life may be reduced to the Irish standard, the standard of life of a German peasant to that of the Livonian peasant. This historical or social element entering into the value of labor may be expanded or contracted or altogether extinguished so that nothing remains but the physical limit. End quote. Quote, ... The number and extent of this so-called necessary wants, as also the modes of satisfying them, are themselves the products of historical development and depend therefore to a great extent on the degree of civilization of a country, more particularly on the conditions under which, and consequently on the habits and degree of comfort in which, the class of free laborers has been formed. In contradistinction, therefore, to the case of other commodities, there enters into the determination of the value of labor power a historical and a moral factor. End quote. Capital, Volume 1. In most of his writings, however, the overall exposition makes it clear that for Marx the value of labor power, and consequently of wages, tended to stay within narrow limits, if not actually to decline. Quote, how far in this incessant struggle between capital and labor, is, the latter likely to prove successful? I might answer by a generalization, and say that, as with all other commodities, so with labor, its market price will in the long run adapt itself to its value. That therefore, despite all the ups and downs, and do what he may, emphasis added, by the author, the working man will, on the average, only receive the value of his labor, which resolves itself into the value of his laboring power, which is determined by the value of the necessaries required for its maintenance and reproduction, which value of necessaries finally is regulated by the quantity of labor wanted to produce them. End quote. Wages, price, and profit. Marx considered such a decline quite likely. Quote, these very few hints, Marx basically is speaking here of how, quote, in the progress of industry, the demand for labor keeps therefore no pace with accumulation of capital, end quote, will suffice to show that the very development of modern industry must progressively turn the scale in favor of the capitalist against the working man, and consequently the general tendency of capitalist production is not to raise but to sink the average standard of wages, or to push the value of labor more and more to its minimum limit. Working class, struggles for the standard of wages are incidents inseparable from the whole wages system. In 99 cases out of 100, their efforts at raising wages are only efforts at maintaining the given value of labor. The working class ought not to exaggerate to themselves the ultimate working of these everyday struggles. They ought not to forget that they are fighting with effects, but not with the causes of those effects, that they are retarding the downward movement but not changing its direction. Thus the forest of uplifted arms demanding work becomes ever thicker, excuse me, two different quotes. They ought not to forget that they are fighting with effects, but not with the causes of those effects, that they are retarding the downward movement, but not changing its direction, end quote. Quote, thus the forest of uplifted arms demanding work becomes ever thicker, while the arms themselves become ever thinner, end quote. Wage, labor, and capital. As for the quote, historical factor, end quote, it might determine differences from one country to another, but there is little in Marx's writing to suggest that it could account for changes, and in particular for increases, in the value of labor power in a given country over a given period of time. On the contrary, quote, in any given country at a given period, the average quantity of the means of subsistence necessary for the laborer may be regarded as a fixed quantity, end quote. Capital, Volume 1. And, quote, the general tendency of capitalist production is not to raise, but to sink the average standard of wages, or to push the value of labor more or less to its minimum limit, end quote. Wages, price, and profit. Marx's whole system of political economy, his whole theory of crises, and by implication his assumptions as to how socialist consciousness arose, were all based on this theory of wages. They were based more specifically on the premise that the mechanisms of the labor market, the changes in the organic composition of capital, and the pressures of an ever-increasing working-class population, which capitalism constantly tended to produce, would prevent real wages, i.e. the standard of living, from increasing in a lasting and significant manner. At best, living standards would remain static. The capitalists constantly tend to reduce them. They are forced to, and since in the pages of Capital nothing opposes this tendency except at the point where it threatens the biological survival of the working class, the capitalists achieve their aim. This is the meaning of, quote, absolute pauperization, end quote, end bracket. Bracket, 1979. Commenting on Marx's statement in The Poverty of Philosophy that, quote, the natural price of labor is no other than the minimum wage, end quote, and a little below that, quote, the minimum wage is nonetheless the center towards which the current rate of wages gravitate, end quote. Engels wrote in 1885, quote, the thesis that the, quote, natural, end quote, i.e. normal price of labor power coincides with the minimum wage, i.e. with the equivalent in value of the means of subsistence absolutely indispensable for the life and procreation of the worker, was first put forward by me in Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbuch, Paris, 1844, and in the Conditions of the Working Class in England. As seen here, Marx at the same time accepted the thesis. Lassalle took it over from both of us. Although, however, in reality wages have a constant tendency to approach the minimum, the above thesis is nevertheless incorrect. The fact that labor power is regularly and on the average paid below its value cannot alter its value. In Capital, Marx has put the above thesis right. Section on buying and selling of labor power, and also Chapter 25, the general law of capitalist accumulation, analyze the circumstances which permit capitalist production to depress the price of labor power more and more below its value, end quote. We need not examine at length the embarrassment exhibited by Engels in this argument. Engels and Marx, too, in this regard, wants to have his cake and eat it, too. If, not accidentally and for a few months, but regularly and on the average, end quote, labor power is, quote, paid below its value, end quote, then the cost of producing and reproducing labor power are determined for a given level of prices and unit values by this actual payment. It is the physical component, the quote, means of subsistence, end quote, corresponding to this actual payment that sets, quote, the value of labor power, end quote, and any other, quote, value, end quote, of this labor power is purely metaphysical chimera, or chimera. If the standard of living of the working class contains a, quote, historical element, end quote, the, quote, circumstances which permit capitalist production to depress the price of labor power more and more below its value, end quote, quite obviously form part of this, quote, historical element, end quote. Therefore, under capitalism, quote, historical, end quote, factors would tend to depress this standard of living more and more, and thereby, quote, the value of labor power, end quote. But the basic question does not lie here. What the logic of Marx's argument on the increase in the rate of exploitation necessitates is neither a, quote, minimum, end quote, standard of living for the working class, nor a reduction of this standard toward a, quote, minimum, end quote, but rather its constancy. Marx should be able to grant perfectly well that this living standard is, from the outset, many times higher than the, quote, biological minimum, end quote, assuming that this last phrase made any sense. In truth, it does not, and that it does not diminish under capitalism. Given the incontestable fact that labor productivity rises under capitalism, and hence that the unit values of commodities that enter into working class consumption are reduced, he could still, quote, deduce, end quote, that the value of labor power, as a product of this quantity of commodities, it remains constant. In terms of their unit values, it decreases, diminishes under capitalism merely through the functioning of the economy. He also could conclude that, with a constant duration of the working day, the rate of exploitation or the rate of surplus value can only continue to increase. In Marx's presentation and in his argument, as much as there is an argument on the rate of exploitation, it is both necessary and sufficient for the working class's standard to remain constant. This argument certainly could be made a little more flexible. There could be an increase in the rate of exploitation even with the working class's standard of living rising, provided that this rise is, quote, less rapid, end quote, than the fall in the unit values of workers' consumer commodities. In other words, less rapid than the rise in labor productivity in industries producing these commodities. But first of all, this could never be proved either logically or in general. It would be a question of fact. Second, and above all, the theory would then be obliged to say something about the factors that make living standards rise, and rise more or less rapidly. Now, among these factors, the principal one is the workers' struggle against exploitation. This factor is both, quote, extra-economic, end quote, and by its essence, indeterminate. The theory would be obliged to admit that qua economic theory has almost nothing to say about what determines the behavior of and changes in the system's central variable, namely the rate of exploitation, which co-determines to a decisive degree the rate of accumulation, etc. We see thereby that the need to postulate a non-minimum, but constant or, quote, given, end quote, as Marx says, working class standard of living then even goes beyond the exigencies of demonstrating the, quote, rise in the rate of exploitation, end quote. It is implied in every attempt to construct an economic theory as a theory of, quote, objective determinations, end quote, of the economic process. In a different way, Piero Sraffa has implicitly come to a similar conclusion in Production of Commodities by Means of Commodities. We should point out that this conception is equivalent to treating workers in theory as capitalism would like to treat the producers in actual practice, but cannot, that is, as pure and simple objects. It is tantamount to saying that labor power is completely a commodity like sugar or electric power. According to this assumption, labor power, like any commodity, possesses an exchange value, corresponding to an object of cost determined by market forces, and a use value, the extraction of which, like the extraction of so many calories from a ton of coal, depends only on the will of the capitalist and on his production methods. No more than a piece of coal could labor power influence its own exchange value, nor can it prevent capitalists from increasing the energy extracted from it, through ever more perfected methods of utilizing this resource. Once again, we have here a tendency of capitalism. This is certain, but as is already well known, and for reasons that we will bring to light later on, this tendency can never completely prevail. And if it ever did, capitalism would collapse immediately. Capitalism cannot exist without the proletariat. The proletariat would not be the proletariat if it did not struggle constantly to change the conditions of its existence, both with respect to its fate in production and to its, quote, standard of living, end quote. Far from being completely dominated by the will of the capitalist and forced to increase indefinitely the yield of labor, production is determined just as much by the workers' individual and collective resistance to such increases. The extraction of, quote, use value from labor power, end quote, is not a technical operation, is a process of bitter struggle in which half the time, so to speak, the capitalist turns out to be losers. The capitalists turn out to be losers. The same thing holds true for living standards, i.e. real wage levels. From its beginnings, the working classes fought to reduce the length of the workday and to raise wage levels. It is this struggle that has determined how these levels have risen and fallen over the years. If it is more or less true that at a given moment an individual worker's wage level appears as an objectively given fact that is independent of his action, it is completely wrong to say that wage levels over a given period vary independently of the working class's action. Neither the actual labor rendered during an hour of labor time nor the wage received in exchange for this work can be determined by any kind of, quote, objective, end quote, law, norm, or calculation. If they could be, capitalism would be a rational system, or at least rationalizable, and all discussion of socialism would be in vain. What we are saying does not mean that specifically economic or even, quote, objective, end quote, factors play no role in determining wage levels. Quite the contrary. At any given instant, the class struggle comes into play only within a given economic and more generally an objective framework, and it acts not only directly, but also through the intermediary of a series of partial, quote, economic mechanisms, end quote. To give only one example among thousands, an economic victory for workers in one sector has a ripple effect on overall wage levels, not only because it can encourage other workers to be more combative, but also because sectors with lower wage levels will experience greater difficulties recruiting manpower. None of these mechanisms, however, can effectively act on its own and have its own significance if taken separately from the class struggle, and the economic context itself is always gradually being affected one way or another by this struggle. Conversely, we should point out that our analysis here only refers to the book Capital. In Wages, Price, and Profit, an address delivered to English workers long before Capital marks clearly that it defends the correct idea that the workers' struggle can improve wage levels. This idea was abandoned in Capital in favor of the objectivist conception discussed here. It truly would be impossible to use this idea as a foundation for the kind of capitalist mechanics Marx tries to establish in Capital. Bracket 1979. The sentence about wages, price, and profits in the preceding paragraph contains two errors. This address was delivered in 1865, i.e. just 2 years before the publication of Volume 1, to which, moreover, Marx had already devoted a not inconsiderable amount of time. On the other hand, as the quotations cited previously show, if Marx recognizes in this text that the working class struggle can exert a passing influence upon wage levels, and of course, too, the workers could not, quote, renounce their resistance, end quote, without becoming, quote, degraded, end quote, he concludes from this no less in the most overwhelming and categorical fashion that this struggle can only, quote, retard this downward movement, end quote, but not, quote, change its direction, end quote. I can explain this error on my part only by referring to my tendency at the time to see in Marx an evolutionary movement that estranged him from the revolutionary inspirations of his youth, so as to make him into a, quote, systematic, end quote, theoretician. Now such a movement is wholly relative. In truth, what I call the two antinomic elements of Marx's thought, the revolutionary, anti-speculative germ and the theory-laden, systematic, objectivist, deterministic element, coexist in Marx's work from the very first writings. See now Chapter 1 of The Imaginary Institution of Society, particularly Section 4, quote, the two elements of Marxism and their historical fate, end quote, and Section 5 of the, quote, general introduction, end quote, end bracket. The claim that wages cannot increase is just as erroneous. That each capitalist and capitalist class taken as a whole oppose such increases as much as they can is certainly true. But the assertion that it is impossible for the system to allow such increases is completely false. The classical idea was that capitalism could not withstand wage increases because such increases automatically would mean lower profits, hence reduced funds for accumulation that are indispensable for the firm to survive under conditions of competition. But this static image is quite unreal. Let output from workers increase 4% in a year and wages by the same percentage. Profits also necessarily increase by 4%, everything else being equal, and if wage pressures lead to basically similar increases in all enterprises and all sectors, no capitalist will be in an unfavorable position vis-a-vis his competitors. As long as wage increases do not substantially and lastingly exceed productivity increases, and as long as they are generalized across the system, wage increases are perfectly compatible with capital expansion. On a strictly economic plane and ignoring the role they can play in riveting workers to production, in the last analysis, such increases even are indispensable. In an economy growing 3% a year on average, where wages count for 50% of end-use demand, any gap of substantial magnitude between the rate of wage increases and the rate of expansion of production would create tremendous imbalances in a relatively short time. And it would be impossible to siphon off excess production. Not even the deepest of, quote, depressions, end quote, could correct this problem. Production that increases 3% a year, doubtless nearly every 23 years. And at the end of the century, it will have increased 20-fold. If net production in the capitalist sector in France was 100 units per worker employed in 1860, it would be 2,000 units today. The theory of absolute pauperization means that if wages were 50 units in 1860, there would be less than 50 units today. In other words, wages today would represent less than 50 out of 2,000, or less than 2.5% of the net product of the capitalist sector. However, massive the volume of capital accumulation, of export capital, of state expenditures, etc., under such conditions, it would be absolutely impossible to dispose of everything produced. In fact, the result of the class struggle till now has been an increase in real wages that, in the long term, has been roughly parallel with increases in labor productivity. To put it in other terms, the proletariat has not succeeded, at least not substantially, in modifying to its advantage the distribution of the social product. But it has successfully avoided having this distribution modified in a way that would be to its disadvantage. The long-term rate of exploitation has remained almost constant. Why the class struggle has had this result till now and not another one is too large a question for us to broach right here and now. Marx's theory of the increasing rate of exploitation has played and continues to play a role in the traditional conceptions of the Marxist movement insofar as this rise appears to it to be the motive force of the class struggle. But it also is of central importance to the movement's analysis of the conditions for the capitalist economy's state of dynamic equilibrium, as well as for its, quote, contradictions, end quote. Bracket, 1965. This is seen most clearly in the introduction Engels wrote to Marx's Wage, Labor, and Capital in 1891, more than 20 years after the publication of Capital. Quote, from the whole mass of products produced by it, the working class therefore receives back only a part for itself. The other part, which the capitalist keeps, becomes larger with every new discovery and invention, while the part falling to the share of the working class, reckoned per head, either increases only very slowly and inconsiderably or not at all, and under certain circumstances may even fall. But these discoveries and inventions, which supersede each other at an ever-increasing rate, this productivity of human labor, which rises day by day to an extent previously unheard of, finally give rise to a conflict in which the present-day capitalist economy must perish. On the one hand, are immeasurable riches and a superfluity of products which the purchasers cannot cope with. On the other hand, the great mass of society proletarianized, turned into wage workers, and precisely for that reason made incapable of appropriating for themselves this superfluity of products. The division of society into a small, excessively rich class and a large, propertyless class of wage workers results in a society suffocating from its own superfluity, while the great majority of its members is scarcely, or even not at all, protected from extreme want. End quote. Wage, Labor, and Capital. And the introduction was by Engels, just to remember, not Marx. The, quote, objective dynamic of capitalism's economic contradictions, end quote, is supposed to result from the conflict between capitalism's tendency toward unlimited development of the productive forces and the limited development under capitalism of society's ability to consume. Economic ability, of course, not biological. This limitation in the ability to consume was seen as a reflection of the stagnation in the working class's living standards, or as a reflection of the fact that this standard of living increased too slowly in comparison with production. The only way this conflict could allow capital accumulation to occur would be if it were accompanied by periodic crises that would destroy a portion of existing wealth. It might even eventually make this kind of accumulation impossible. If it directly follows from what we have just said that this conflict does not create any absolute or insurmountable contradictions, this conflict is real up to a certain point. Capitalism really does increase production, and this increase is not automatically and necessarily accompanied by a corresponding increase in insolvent social demand. But there is no insurmountable contradiction. Solvent social demand can be increased without the sky falling. This can come about as the result of working class struggles that end up increasing wages. It could be a consequence of an increase in capitalist accumulation, or it could be the effect of a conscious state policy towards increasing state expenditures. Accumulation without crises and the effects of automation. In our eyes, this last point fundamentally settles the question, for it shows that the problem of achieving a dynamic equilibrium in a capitalist economy is a relative one. In Volume 2 of Capital, it was Marx himself who was the first to show that accumulation without crises was possible, provided certain proportions between economic magnitudes were kept. His formulas can be easily generalized.
Accumulation without crises is possible if, starting out from a state of equilibrium, all economic magnitudes increase proportionally, or if different rates of growth among these magnitudes compensate for one another. If, for example, in an economy with a static population, annual accumulation, i.e., net annual increase in capital, is 3% of existing capital, and if thereby productivity per man-hour also increases 3%, for economic balance to be preserved indefinitely, it is both necessary and sufficient that wages and unproductive consumption among capitalists, and included in the latter is state consumption, also increase by 3% a year. If, in this same economy, the ratios among economic magnitudes are altered, adjustments can be made to reestablish equilibrium. If, for example, capitalists succeed in imposing a reduction in real wages, but increase their unproductive consumption or state expenditures to a corresponding degree, balance will be maintained. The same holds true if they reduce capital accumulation in order to increase state expenditures. In these last two instances, the economy's rate of growth will be different from what it otherwise would have been, and the distribution of the forces of production between production of the means of production and the production of objects of consumption will have to be modified either gradually or abruptly. Now, the capitalist economy, left to the play of market forces, certainly contains no mechanism guaranteeing this proportional growth in its component magnitudes or adjusting these increases to one another. Or rather, this, quote, adjustment mechanism, end quote, is none other than economic crisis itself, a crisis of overproduction. The spontaneous evolution of the capitalist economy actually tends to produce imbalances on a regular basis. Phases of expansion are necessarily phases of accelerated accumulation, during which productive capacity tends to increase more rapidly than end-use demand for consumer goods. This leads to overproduction, to a brake being put on the process of accumulation, and to crisis. In an attenuated form, the same phenomenon of altering buoyancy and recession persists in contemporary capitalism and is the result of the same factors. But capital concentration and increasing state intervention signify precisely that the capitalist economy no longer is completely left to the play of market forces, in any case not with respect to the problem of crises, which in the eyes of capitalists is the most important problem, since it periodically puts the stability of the capitalist power over society back into question. State intervention is precisely this factor that now compensates for economic imbalances, and that was absent from classical capitalism. By increasing or reducing its own net demand for goods and services, the state becomes the regulator of the level of overall demand. Specifically, it can compensate for a deficiency in this demand that is at the origin of overproduction crises. That this intervention by the capitalist state is itself characterized by the same kind of irrationalities and deep-seated anarchy found in the bureaucratic capitalist management of society as a whole is incontestable. That it creates conflicts and imbalances at other levels is certain, more about these later, but a crisis of 1929 proportions is henceforth inconceivable outside of a sudden epidemic of collective lunacy in the capitalist class. This should have been clear long ago for anyone prepared to admit that the mere suppression of private property and the classical market did not suffice to abolish capitalism. If indeed one admits that the total concentration of the means of production in the hands of a single capitalist economy or of the state does not remove their capitalistic character, as Marx, Engels, and Lenin granted, as long as a particular stratum dominates production in society, one is obliged to admit immediately that economic overproduction crises are a relatively superficial phenomenon belonging merely to one particular phase of capitalism. Where are the overproduction crises in a completely bureaucratic capitalist economy, such as in Russia, for example? Indeed, in this case, the bureaucracy's deep-seated and inevitable inability to plan rationally, even from its own point of view, clearly is not expressed and cannot be expressed in general crises of overproduction. If they did manifest themselves, quote, overproduction, end quote, crises would have no more or less significance than any other expression of the incoherence of bureaucratic planning. Even more important for Marx than overproduction crises were the great tendencies or, quote, laws that he had believed he could discern in the evolution of capitalism. The increasing rate of exploitation, the rise in the organic composition of capital, elimination of workers by machines, and the falling rate of profit. Marx thought these more important because they were the source of overproduction crises and because they would lead to greater and greater crises of this sort throughout the history of capitalism. In effect, the increasing rate of exploitation and the rise in the organic composition of capital together lead to a relative or absolute reduction in the mass of wages, hence to a reduced demand for consumer goods parallel to the increase in the production of these goods, hence to overproduction. During each accompanying crisis, the rate of exploitation in the meantime has grown and organic composition of capital has risen, thus rendering it more difficult to overcome the next crisis. These tendencies are of greater importance than overproduction crises because they express what is, quote, impossible for capitalism to do. Production cannot keep increasing indefinitely while the end-use demand for objects of consumption stagnates owing to an increase in the rate of exploitation. Accumulation could not continue without slowing down if its source, the mass of profits, begins to dry up in relation to the mass of capital, due to the falling rate of profit. Capitalism, finally, could not continue both to proletarianize society and to condemn a growing mass of proletarians to unemployment. The, quote, law, end quote, of the rise in the organic composition of capital and the concomitant growth of the reserve army of the unemployed. But such, quote, impossibilities, end quote, are imaginary. We have shown here that there is no, quote, law, end quote, decreeing an increased rate of exploitation, and that, on the contrary, it is a long-term state of constancy in the rate of exploitation that corresponds to the necessities of the capitalist economy. We have shown elsewhere that the, quote, law of the falling rate of profit, end quote, is inconsistent and indeed totally meaningless. Finally, the undeniable rise of the organic composition of capital, the fact that the same number of workers handle an ever-increasing quantity of machines, raw materials, etc., although of fundamental importance for the evolution of production and of the economy in other respects, has not at all had the result Marx attributed to it. It has not led to a long-term rise in unemployment or to the creation of an industrial reserve army. Here again, as with the question of crises, a relative problem has been erected into an absolute contradiction. The replacement of workers by machines in one sector may or may not lead to a lasting increase in unemployment. This will depend upon whether certain conditions are fulfilled, among which the most important ones are the primary and secondary employment created by the construction of the new machinery and, above all, the pace of accumulation in other sectors of the economy. Now, these conditions depend upon several factors, among which a decisive role is played by the rate of exploitation, which is itself, as we already have said, basically dependent upon class struggle. Thus, it turns out that the workers' struggle for wage increases has contributed indirectly and unintentionally to limiting the importance of technological unemployment. For academic economists, high wages reinforce the tendency of capitalists to introduce inventions and make investments that will lead to economic savings on living labor. Wage increases therefore ought to favor unemployment, but as Joan Robinson has remarked in The Rate of Interest and Other Essays, this argument forgets that the capitalist records in his account book not absolute wage levels, but the difference between the wages he pays workers and the cost of the machines that would be used to replace them. Now, this cost also is a function of wage levels. A general wage hike, therefore, does not alter the conditions under which the capitalist makes his choice. For our own part, let us add that the true relation between wage levels and employment is rather the contrary of that suggested by academic economists. For the higher the wage level, the greater the quantity of primary and secondary employment created by a given level of investment, and consequently the smaller will be the reduction in final net employment brought on by an investment designed to economize on labor. This is the case because what, since Keynes is called the quote employment multiplier, end quote, is, in Marxist terms, nothing other than the inverse of the rate of exploitation. The smaller the rate of exploitation, the greater the total quantity of employment created by an investment. The result is that in struggling for higher wages, the working class at the same time is fighting against the employment effects of labor-saving inventions. Bracket, 1965. Let X be the annual product of the economy, P, the net product. All right, this is just a bunch of math. But I guess I'll just read it because it's not that long. And okay, let X be the annual product of the economy, P, the net product per hour of work, N, the total employment measured in hours of work, W, the hourly wage, I, the net investment, and G, the unproductive consumption of capitalists, private and governmental. Then by definition, therefore, X equals Pn and X equals I plus G plus W times N. P times N is equal to I plus G plus W times N. P times N minus W times N equals I plus G. N times P minus W equals I plus G, or N equals I plus G divided by P minus W. It will be seen that the smaller P minus W, that is, the greater W in relation to P, or in other words, the lower rate of exploitation, the higher will be the quantity of employment corresponding to a given level of investment and or consumption of the capitalists. End bracket. Bracket. 1965. The problem of technological unemployment has emerged again in the last few years, especially in the United States, under the guise of the, quote, effects of automation, end quote. This is not the place fully to discuss the impact and significance of automation, which raises issues far deeper than the merely economic ones. For the moment, let us concern ourselves strictly with the effects of automation on the quantity of total employment. It must be stressed, first of all, that in this respect there is nothing qualitatively new in automation. Between automation and other forms of capitalist rationalization, there is only a difference in degree, concerning the rate at which living labor is replaced by machines. Under certain circumstances that we will now attempt to analyze, these differences, which are not governed by blind economic laws, may become decisive. For over a century now, in a country like the United States, or for that matter in any other advanced capitalist country, output per man hour has been rising at an average compound rate of roughly 2.5% per annum. This is tantamount to saying that the labor input necessary to produce a given volume of output has been falling by approximately 2.5% per annum, year in, year out. This means, again, that the total output of a century ago could today be produced with only 8% of what the labor force was at that time. If nothing else happened, this rise in the productivity of labor would have led to a mass of unemployed equal to 92% of the working population of a century ago. To these millions of unemployed, one would of course have to add the whole population increase that has taken place over 100 years. This absurd situation could never have materialized. The system would have exploded several times over on its way to it. In fact, the system has been able not only to re-employ the labor force released through mechanization, but also to employ practically all the additional labor force generated by the growth of the population. And in the case of the United States, the huge labor force provided by immigration as well. In fact, total employment in the United States today is almost 7 times greater than a century ago, 68 million against 10.5 million in 1860. How did this take place? First, of course, through the huge and more or less continuous expansion in demand and output. Demand for commodities and services is, in the last analysis, and except in a science fiction world where everything is fully automated, including surgical operations, a demand for labor. At every level of mechanization and automation, the demand for a given quantity of commodities is translated into a demand for a different quantity of labor. Technical progress means precisely that a given demand for commodities can be satisfied with less labor. But there is always a rate of expansion of demand that can absorb the labor force release through technological progress. Assume that every year 2.5% of the existing labor force is released through mechanization. Assume in addition that the, quote, natural, end quote, growth of the labor force is 1% per annum. Then demand needs to increase by about 3.5% per annum to absorb the available labor. This assumes that working hours per week or per year remain constant. This they need not be, and have not been. The second way whereby the effects of productivity increases are absorbed is, as is well known, the shortening of the working week or of the, quote, hour content, end quote, of the working year. This has also happened. The average working week has declined from perhaps 70 hours a century ago to 40 to 50 hours at present. If, under, quote, automation, end quote, the growth of output per man-hour becomes substantially higher than before, and consequently the speed at which workers become, quote, redundant, end quote, in the automated jobs increases. For equilibrium to be preserved, demand should rise correspondingly faster and or hours of work decline in a correspondingly steeper way. This is as far as economics will take us. There is no automatic mechanism built into the system guaranteeing that demand will in fact rise faster. But neither is there any mechanism preventing demand from rising sufficiently fast. Here again, the decisive factor is the action of men's social groups and classes. If the workers succeed in imposing a rate of increase in real wages and or leisure corresponding to the new higher rate of growth of productivity, this would suffice to maintain the system in balance with greater momentum. Alternatively, if the capitalists in their state realize the importance of the problem and set up a sufficient degree of other types of demand, be it weapons, education, space travel, or capital transferred to underdeveloped countries, balance can also be maintained, and various combinations of these two factors might achieve the same result. The problem of automation is not, therefore, an economic one, but a social and political one. And it is social and political factors that might give automation an explosive significance in the United States today. The fact that American capitalism is far from fully centralized, that its management is still dominated by obsolete ideas and attitudes, as when seen in the Congress versus Kennedy controversy concerning tax cuts, may, if combined with an accelerated introduction of automation, lead to a crisis. This crisis in turn would only lead to further centralization and bureaucratization if that crisis was not seized upon by the masses as an occasion to overthrow the system. To repeat, in all this we have only considered the broad quantitative effects of automation and on employment. There are, of course, other aspects to it which in the final analysis are more important. The types of labor required in a more or less automated economy are different from the ones previously in demand. The location of work may be different. The structure of the labor force and the type of work performed will undergo profound transformations, etc. The really important tendencies in the long-term evolution of capital should not be sought in the realm of economics proper, and for a very simple reason. This evolution brings about a modification in capitalism's economic structures and thereby a more or less profound transformation of its economic laws. The relations and laws with any competitive capitalist economy are not the same as those in an economy dominated by monopolies. And the latter are very different from those prevailing in a completely bureaucratic capitalist society where the means of production are state-run and an overall production plan is put into force. What is common to these different stages are the evolutionary techniques of production itself, the increasing alienation of the worker, capitalist mechanization, and, quote, rationalization, end quote, and their corollary, concentration. And above all these systems include what is the determining factor in this whole evolutionary process, the class struggle. We'll return to this point later. We have tried to show in a succinct fashion that the economic system developed by Marx in the book Capital, not to mention its vulgarizations, does not account for the functioning and evolution of capitalism. If we reflect on the meaning of this critique, we notice that what continually crops up as the source of doubts and errors in capital is its methodology. Marx's theory of wages and its corollary, the theory of the increasing rate of exploitation, start out from the same postulate, that the worker really is completely reduced by capital to the status of an object. into a commodity. The crisis theory also starts from a postulate that is basically analogous to the first one. The people and classes, in this case the capitalist class, can do nothing about the functioning of the economy. These postulates are false, but they do have a deeper significance. But they also have a deeper significance. They both are required for economics to become a science in the sense of the natural sciences. To become a science of this sort, the object of study in economics must be made of objects. And it is indeed as pure and simple objects that workers and capitalists appear in the pages of Capital. They are only blind and unconscious instruments realizing through their actions what is imposed upon them by, quote, economic laws, end quote. If economics is to become a mechanics of society, it must deal with phenomenon ruled by, quote, objective, end quote, laws that are themselves independent of the action of people and classes. We end up with the following fantastic paradox. Marx, who discovered class struggle, wrote a monumental work analyzing the development of capitalism from which the class struggle is totally absent. This view of history is an expression of the influence capitalist ideology exerted over Marx, for these postulates and this method express, in their depths, the essence of the capitalist vision of man. We will return to this point, but we cannot close this critical examination of Marxist economics without trying to bring out clearly its political implications. Bracket, political implications of the, quote, classical, end quote, theory, end bracket. What, according to the traditional Marxist theory, is the worker's consciousness? It is a consciousness of poverty and nothing more. The worker has economic demands to which the system has given rise. He learns from experience that the system prevents these needs from being satisfied. This may lead him to revolt, but what will be the object of this revolt? A greater satisfaction of his material needs. If this conception were true, all that the worker could learn under capitalism is that he wishes to consume more and that capitalism is incapable of offering him this higher level of consumption. Excuse me. The proletariat could destroy such a society, but with what would the proletariat replace it? No positive content, nothing new capable of providing the foundation for the reconstruction of society could arise out of a mere awareness of poverty. From its experience of life under capitalism, the proletariat could derive no new principles either for organizing this new society or for orienting it in another direction. Under such conditions, the proletarian revolution becomes, briefly speaking, a simple reflex of revolt against hunger. It is impossible to see how socialist society could ever be the result of such a reflex. And what is at the origin of capitalism's contradictions? Its sundry crises and its historical crisis. According to the classical view, they all have their origin in the, quote, private appropriation, end quote, in other words, in private property in the market. This is the obstacle to the, quote, development of the productive forces, end quote, which moreover supposedly is the sole true and eternal objective of human societies. This critique of capitalism ultimately ends up saying that the forces of production are not developing fast enough, which in turn boils down to saying that it is not capitalistic enough. To achieve, quote, a more rapid development of the forces of production, end quote, one would only have to eliminate private property in the market. Nationalization of the means of production and planning would then provide the solution to the crisis of contemporary society. Workers do not know this and cannot know it. Their situation forces them to suffer the consequences of capitalism's contradiction, but in no way does it lead them to discover its causes. An acquaintance with these causes comes not from experiencing the production process, but from theoretical knowledge bearing upon the functioning of the capitalist economy. This knowledge may be accessible to individual workers, but not to the proletariat qua proletariat, driven by its revolt against poverty, but incapable of self-direction since its experience does not give it a privileged viewpoint on reality. The proletariat, according to this outlook, can only be an infantry in the service of a general staff of specialists. These specialists themselves know, from considerations that the proletariat as such does not have access to, what is going wrong with present-day society and how it must be modified. The traditional view of the economy and its revolutionary perspective can only found, and actually throughout history has only founded, a bureaucratic politics. To be sure, Marx himself did not draw such conclusions from his economic theory. Most of the time, his political positions went completely in the opposite direction. But what we have outlined are the consequences that follow objectively from this theory, and they have been affirmed in an ever clearer fashion within the actual historical movement of Marxism culminating in Stalinism. This objective view of the economy and history can only be the source of a bureaucratic politics. That is to say, it can only end in a politics that, while preserving the essence of capitalism, tries to improve its operation. Part 2. Section 3. The fundamental contradiction of capitalism. Capitalism is the first society in history we know of that is organized in such a way that it contains an insurmountable internal contradiction. The term, quote, contradiction, however, has been tossed around by generations of Marxists and pseudo-Marxists until the word contradiction has lost all meaning. It was used improperly by Marx himself when he talked about the contradiction between the forces of production and the relations of production. As we shall see later on, such a, quote, contradiction is quite meaningless. Like other historical societies, capitalism is a society divided into classes. In all class-divided societies, the respective classes oppose each other because their interests are in conflict. But the mere existence of classes and exploitation as such do not by themselves create contradictions. The mere existence of class and exploitation as such simply determine an opposition or a conflict between two social groups. There is no contradiction in a slave society or in a feudal society, however violent. The conflict between exploiters and exploited. These societies are, quote, well-ordered, end quote. Social norms and class domination require of individuals conduct that might be inhuman and oppressive, but nevertheless possible and internally consistent. What the master imposes on the slave and the feudal lord on the serf contains no internal contradiction. It is realizable so long as the master does not, quote, go too far, end quote. But in such a case, it is the master who has gone beyond the norms of the system. In his own interest as a master, he thus has to look after the condition of the slaves so as to ensure output, just as he does with his livestock. Even when circumstances permitted or even obliged masters to treat slaves in a way that may have led to their physical extermination, there was no, quote, contradiction. It is logical to kill lambs when meat is expensive and wool is too cheap. That the lambs may not let this happen is another story. Once established, the evolution of such societies is not determined during normal times by class struggle. True, slaves can revolt against the master, serfs can burn down the lord's castle, but the two terms of the conflict remain external to one another. There is no dialectic common to master and slave, save for philosophy on the astral level it inhabits. There is no concrete shared dialectic, and the daily activity of the exploited does not every day oblige the exploiters to transform their society. Capitalism, on the contrary, is built on an intrinsic contradiction, on a real contradiction in the literal sense of the term. The capitalist organization of society is contradictory in the same way that a neurotic individual is so. It can try to carry out its intentions only through acts that constantly thwart these same intentions. Let us look at this first at the most basic level, at the point of production. The capitalist system can only maintain itself by continually trying to reduce wage earners to the level of pure executants. and it functions only to the extent that it never succeeds in so reducing them. Capitalism is constantly obliged to solicit the participation of wage earners in the production process, and yet it also tends to render this participation impossible. This same contradiction is found again in an almost identical form in the domains of politics and culture. This contradiction constitutes the fundamental fact of capitalism, the kernel of capitalist social relations. This relation appears in the history of society only when certain conditions are simultaneously fulfilled. 1. Generalized wage labor. 2. An evolving as distinct from a static technology. 3. The general political and cultural background provided by a bourgeois democratic revolution. 1. Production based on wage labor must have become the dominant productive relation. Wage labor here has a twofold signification. A. In wage labor, direction and execution of activities are virtually separated from the start, and more they tend to diverge. Not only the objectives of production, but also the methods and the means of production. The very unfolding of the labor process tend to be determined to an increasing degree by someone other than the worker directly doing the job. The command of the activity tends to be transposed outside the subject of this activity. In a sense, the command of activity is always, quote, outside the subject of the activity, end quote, wherever value is extracted by exploiters from the labor of those they exploit. This would apply, for instance, to the work of slaves, but this external command remains external to the activity. The master limits himself to setting the objective of the activity. He sets the slave to his task. He makes sure that the slave carries out his task or that he does not stop working. But the labor process itself is not, quote, commanded, end quote. He makes sure that the slave carries out his task or that he does not stop working. But the labor process itself is not, quote, commanded, end quote. The methods as well as the instruments of labor are traditional. They have been incorporated into the slave once and for all. At most, there is a need to oversee work to make sure the slave carries out permanently prescribed methods. But the master has no need to constantly penetrate into the labor process in order to revolutionize it. The contradiction of capitalism is that it implies at one and the same time a type of command that is external to productive activity and a type of command that is constantly obliged to penetrate into this activity, to dictate the methods, even the most elementary gestures to be used. B. In the wage relation, both the remuneration of workers and the effort of the worker and the effort he must furnish are by their essence indefinite. No objective rule, no calculation, no accepted social convention permits one to say, in a capitalist society, what a fair wage is, or just how much effort should be furnished during an hour of labor time. At the beginning of the history of capitalism, this essential indeterminacy was masked by habits and tradition. But it clearly comes to the fore when the proletariat begins to fight against the way things are. From this moment on, the, quote, labor contract, end quote, always provisional and renewable, rests solely upon the relation of forces existing between the two parties. Its implementation can take place only under the terms of an incessant war between capitalists and workers. 2. The wage relation becomes an intrinsically contradictory relation only with the advent of an evolving technology, as opposed to a static one as was the case in previous societies. The rapid development of this technology prevents any permanent sedimentation of the modes of production, which might have served as the basis for a stabilization of class relations in the workplace. At the same time, it prevents technical knowledge from becoming crystallized forever in a specific category of the laboring population. 3. These factors take effect only in a particular overall socio-political and cultural environment. Capitalism can develop and fully assert itself only through a, quote, bourgeois democratic revolution or pseudo-revolution. These revolutions, even though they do not engender the masses' active participation, nevertheless liquidate previous social rules. They claim that the sole foundation for the organization of society is reason. They proclaim an equality of rights, the sovereignty of the people, etc. These characteristics appear even where the capitalist revolution and bureaucratic transformation have been telescoped into a single process, as for instance in China since 1949. It is only this set of conditions taken together that gives the class struggle under capitalism its peculiar and unique features. Indeed, the proletariat struggle, A, quickly encompasses all aspects of the organization of labor, far from appearing as, quote, natural or, quote, inherited. Production methods and modes of organization, which are constantly being revolutionized by the capitalists themselves, appear rather as what they in reality are. Methods aimed at achieving the maximum of labor exploitation and at subordinating the laborer to capital to an ever-increasing extent. B. Takes as its basis of support its adversary's internal contradictions. This adversary is constantly obliged to stir up trouble and then provide the proletariat with the arms it needs to fight. C. Thereby becomes virtually a permanent struggle, both as a struggle over wages and as a fight over the pace of work and labor conditions. D. Unlike that of slaves and serfs, is not reduced to having the, quote, all or nothing, end quote, objective of a total reorganization of society. An incessant guerrilla war in the workplace educates proletarians and makes them aware of their solidarity. The success of partial struggles demonstrates to the workers at lesser cost that they can change their fate through their actions. As paradoxical as it may seem, it is because it is possible for the proletariat to undertake, quote, reformist, end quote, actions that it becomes a revolutionary class. E. Consequently, this struggle can affect the evolution of production, the economy, and ultimately the whole of society. And as it gains in importance and intensity, it really does have this effect. In having an effect upon wage rates, working class struggles act upon the level of demand as well as on the structure of production and on the pace of capitalist accumulation. By acting upon the pace of work and upon labor conditions, it obliges capitalism to pursue technological development in a clearly defined direction, the one that offers it the best opportunity of taming the workers' resistance. By struggling against unemployment, the proletariat obliges the capitalist state to intervene in order to stabilize economic activity and thereby to exert more control over such activity. The direct and indirect repercussions of this struggle have no sphere of social life intact. Even the capitalist vacation resorts were changed once the workers won vacation pay. What then is the history and the dynamic of modern society? It is the history and dynamic of the development of capitalism. But the development of capitalism literally signifies the development of the proletariat. Capital produces the worker, and the worker produces capital, not only quantitatively, but qualitatively. The history of the society in which capitalism comes into being is first of all the history of the growing proletarianization of this society, of its being overrun by the proletariat. At the same time, it is the history of the struggle between capitalists and proletarians. The dialectic of this society is the dialectic of this struggle. With the development of capitalism, all other factors and mechanisms that might have played an important role in previous societies become peripheral and merely residual in relation to this central element.
The real dynamics of capitalism. For traditional Marxism, the dynamic of capitalism is that of a quantitatively growing crisis of ever more unbearable poverty, of ever more massive unemployment, or even more colossal crises of overproduction. Contrary to appearances, this view in fact implies that there is no history of capitalism in the true sense of the term, no more than there is a, quote, history, end quote, of a chemical mixture wherein chemical reactions growing at an increasingly accelerated pace finally blow up the laboratory itself. For in this way of conceiving things, the unfolding of events is truly independent of the action of people and classes. Capitalists themselves do not act. They are, quote, acted upon, end quote, by economic motives that determine them, just as gravitation governs the movement of bodies. In fact, they have no hold over reality. What evolves independently of them, according to the laws of movement of capitalism, to the, quote, laws of movement of capitalism, end quote, they are merely the unconscious marionettes moved by these laws. It is out of the question for them to be able to put their regime in order so as to consolidate their power. It is unimaginable that they might learn from historical experience how best to take care of their own interests. In the traditional schema, even the workers, quote, are acted upon, end quote, rather than themselves being actors. Their reactions are determined by this same automatic functioning of the movements of the economy. They are merely biologically conditioned by their poverty. The revolution is tied almost directly to their level of hunger. Class action can do almost nothing to influence the evolution of society so long as this society is not overthrown. Thus, even the results of the revolution are predetermined. Nor can one see very well from this standpoint how the proletariat can learn anything throughout the course of this history, except that capitalism must be fought to the death. From their point of view, to know this society can only mean that they feel that it is the cause of their poverty. Nor can the conditions of proletarian life and work allow workers to understand how this society functions or why things happen to them. Only theoreticians can know such things, for only they have studied the laws of the expanding reproduction of capital and understood all about the falling rate of profit. If revolutionary conscious, I think it's supposed to be consciousness, it says conscious. Alright, I'll just say what the text says and then you can try to figure it out on your own. I don't want to misrepresent it like I usually do. Or potentially misrepresent it. If revolutionary conscience exists anywhere, don't look for it among the proletariat. Our traditional Marxists would tell us if they were being completely consistent. This problem of the relationship between the proletariat's actions and its consciousness has never been elucidated in classical Marxism. Lukács attempted to resolve the problem in history and class consciousness, but only obscured things further and underlined the contradictions within the classical conception. In the book's main essay, proletarian consciousness is nothing outside of proletarian action. Simply put, it is action. Excuse me. In the book History and Class Consciousness by Lukács, the book's main am I fucking drunk? Proletarian consciousness is nothing outside of proletarian action. Simply put, it is action. The proletariat incarnates the objective truth of history, for its action is such that it must transform this truth into its next necessary stage. But it carries out this transformation without really knowing what it is doing. Self-knowledge can come to it only through and after the revolution. This little sleight of hand trick whereby a mute object is transformed into an absolute subject comes straight out of Hegelianism. This is a sort of idealism, nay, even an absolute spiritualism that posits reason in the, quote, things themselves, end quote. and the proletariat is a thing under capitalism, since for Lukács, the proletarian actually is reified, and capitalism has succeeded in transforming the worker into a thing. This reified reason is total and perfected, though it does not know itself, is not conscious of itself, and hence is not a concrete historical subject. Under such a conception, the quote, praxis of the proletariat simply has taken the place of Hegel's absolute spirit. Lukács' main essay was written at the height of the revolutionary Russian and German upsurges in 1919. But a consciousness that is not a consciousness of itself cannot transform history. The proletariat did not seize power in Europe, nor did it succeed in holding power in Russia. Another self-consciousness emerged and became sovereign, the Bolshevik Party. Then in September 1922, Lukács wrote his, quote, methodological remarks on the question of organization, in which the party appears as the working class's consciousness in action. As always, spiritualism must end up by finding a concrete subject in which to incarnate a transcendent entity, for otherwise it would remain just what it is, a ghost. So God becomes the Catholic Church, the absolute spirit animates the Prussian state, bureaucracy, and the, quote, praxis of the proletariat becomes the practice of the Third International, already firmly in the hands of Zinoviev. As for us, the evolution of capitalism is a history in the strong sense of the term, namely a process in which the actions of people and classes constantly and consciously modify the very conditions under which this process unfolds. In the course of this process, something new arises. The evolution of capitalism is the history of the constitution and development of two classes of people in struggle, and in this struggle neither class can act without acting upon the other. It is the history of this struggle, and in the course of this struggle each of the adversaries is led to create weapons, means, forms of organization, and ideas, and to invent new responses to its situation as well as provisional goals. Such responses and objectives are in no way predetermined. Their consequences, whether intended or not, modify the overall framework of this struggle at each stage. To constitute and develop itself, a capitalist class must accumulate capital. It must, quote, rationalize, end quote, and concentrate production. To concentrate production merely signifies another rationalization on an ever vaster scale. To accumulate means to transform labor into capital and to fit the lives and deaths. The capitalist class must, quote, rationalize and concentrate production. To concentrate production merely signifies further, quote, rationalization on an ever vaster scale. To accumulate means to transform labor into capital and to fit the lives and deaths of millions of people into the framework outlined by its factories and machinery. By doing so, capital accumulation thus comes to signify the creation of a constantly growing number of proletarians. And to, quote, rationalize, end quote, within the framework of capitalism means to enslave living labor more and more to machinery and to those who manage production. It means to reduce those designated as executants more and more to the state as mere executants. The proletariat thereby finds itself constituted as an objective class and attacked by capitalism as soon as it is constituted. By fighting back against capitalism, the proletariat, in the course of the proletariat's history, makes itself into a class. We speak of, quote, class, end quote, here, in the full sense of the term, as classed for itself. Maybe I'm misreading this, but that sounds a lot like E.P. Thompson right there, baby. From then on, the proletariat fights capitalism at every level, affecting its existence. But this struggle takes place most clearly on the level of production, the economy, and politics. The proletariat struggles against the capitalist, quote, rationalization of production, first against the machines themselves and then against the increasing tempo of work. It fights against the, quote, spontaneous way in which the capitalist economy operates by demanding wage increases, shorter hours, and full employment. Soon the proletariat raises itself up to an overall conception of the problem of society. It constitutes political organizations, attempts to modify the course of events, revolts, and tries to seize power. In order to fully study the historical development and internal logic of each of these aspects of the proletariat struggle and their underlying interconnections, we would have to fill volumes. This, of course, is not our intention here. We simply want to highlight what is the true logic of the history of capitalist society, the logic of the struggle among people and classes. By struggle, we do not in the least mean just massive and grandiose pitched battles. We can never insist too strongly on this point. This struggle is a permanent one. First and foremost, it takes place at the point of production. Figuratively speaking, half of each gesture made by a worker has as its objective to defend himself from exploitation and capitalist alienation. We can never insist too strongly that this implicit, informal, daily, and hidden struggle plays a formative role in history as important as that of great strikes and revolutions. As long as the class struggle lasts, and it will last as long as this society lasts, each action of one of the adversaries will elicit, immediately or in the long run, a parry from the other party. In its turn, this parry, I don't know what that word means, P-A-R-R-Y. I mean, I'm making sense of the sentences somewhat, but I'm not quite sure what that word means. Will give rise to a counter-response and so on. But each of these actions alters the one who makes it as well as the one against whom it is directed. Each class antagonist is changed by the action of the other. These actions bring about profound changes in the social setting of the objective terrain on which the struggle unfolds. In their culminating moments, they give rise to a historical creation, the invention of new forms of organization, of struggle, or of life, that in no way were contained in the previous state of affairs, nor are they predetermined by the anterior situation. Finally, while this action is taking place, the two opposing classes constitute a new historical experience that, for the proletariat's part, brings them to an awareness of socialism. Thus, on the level of production, capitalism's large-scale introduction of machinery in the first half of the 19th century was rightly perceived by the workers as a frontal attack. They reacted by destroying the machines. On this level, they soon were defeated. But in the factories, the struggle took on from the start an invincible form, the workers' resistance to production. Capitalism fought back with the widespread introduction of piecework. Wages based upon output then became the object of a bitter struggle, a fight over norms. Taylorism was capitalism's response to this struggle. From then on, norms were to be established, quote, scientifically and, quote, objectively. Further resistance on the workers' part made it clear that, quote, scientific objectivity in this field was a joke. Industrial psychology and then industrial sociology appeared on the scene in order to help, quote, integrate, end quote, the workers into the workplace. On a practical level, these methods collapse under the weight of their own contradictions, but especially because the workers will not play along. It is precisely in the most advanced countries, the United States, England, and the Scandinavian countries, where the employers are increasingly applying these, quote, modern, end quote, methods, and where the workers' wages are the highest, that the daily conflict at the point of production reaches incredible proportions. This is where we are today. This schematic rendering of events, which claims no more than to define the type of historical evolution that takes place between classes at the point of production, can be found in condensed form whenever one undertakes a concrete study of this struggle in an enterprise. Along with this series of attacks and counterattacks, one can find in the evolution of capitalist production some well-known large-scale constants that express capital's permanent tendency toward enslaving labor. 1. The division of tasks. is carried out ever further and pushed to absurd lengths, not because it is the indispensable way of achieving productivity increases. Beyond a certain point, it undoubtedly reduces productivity both directly and indirectly through the enormous overhead costs it entails, but because it is the only means of subduing the recalcitrant workers. An ever greater division of tasks makes this work absolutely unquantifiable and supervisable and turns him into a completely replaceable part. 2. Mechanization takes the following specific course. The worker must be made to be dominated by the machine so that his output is determined by the machinery, and the entire course of the productive process must be automated to the greatest possible extent, i.e., it must be made to be independent of the producer. The increasing division of tasks and mechanization in the capitalist mode obviously advance together in close interaction with one another. But at each stage they pass through, working class resistance thwarts the capitalist plans at least halfway. This struggle has molded both the face of modern industry and its basic content, the way in which people live and work in factories, but it also has molded the modern economy and modern society as a whole. The workers' struggle on the economic plane has been expressed above all through their wage demands. For quite a long time, capitalism bitterly opposed such demands. Having almost lost the battle on this front, capitalism ended up instead adapting its economy. From the standpoint of demand, the key feature now is the steady increase of the massive wages. These have become the basis for a constantly expanding market for consumer goods. This type of expanding economy, the one in which we live today, essentially is the product of the incessant pressure that the working class has exerted on wages, and its main problems stem from this fact. On the political plane, the workers' first attempt to organize usually were met with capitalist repression either openly or in disguise. Quickly defeated on this level, capitalism, at the end of a long period of history, ended up turning these same working class political organizations into the mainsprings of its continued operation. But even this has brought with it important modifications of the entire system. Capitalist, quote, democracy cannot function any longer without a large, quote, reformist party, and this party cannot be a mere puppet of the capitalist class, for in that case it would lose its electoral support and no longer would fulfill its function. Instead, it must be a potential, quote, governmental, end quote, party. In fact, it has to be in government rather often. Such a party may even taint the, quote, conservative party. In no country in the world can there be a question of wiping out reforms that had provoked bitter battles 2 decades ago, such as those fought over Social Security, unemployment insurance, progressive income taxes, or a policy of relatively, quote, full employment. For these and other reasons, capitalism has finally accepted the idea of state interference in economic affairs, after having for so long resisted any such interference as, quote, revolutionary and, quote, socialistic. In doing so, modern capitalism has sought to divert to its own ends the working class's resistance to the spontaneous functioning of the economy. Through the intermediary of the state, it has instaurated a degree of control over the economy and over society that in the final analysis ends up serving its own interests. We hardly need point out that these aspects that have been separated here for purposes of analysis are not separated in reality. The effects of these actions are inextricably intertwined. To give just one example, we know that the political weight of the working class in modern societies prevents the state from allowing unemployment to develop beyond a relatively moderate point. This, however, creates a quite difficult problem for capitalists on the question of wages, because the negotiating position of the proletariat is strengthened by full employment, though they manage to maintain something like the status quo on the wage front. Nevertheless, given a certain degree of, quote, industrial strife, end quote, this also creates in the factories an intolerable situation for the capitalists. Each, quote, solution, eventually discovered by the ruling class, always uncorks new problems. The whole process merely expresses capitalism's inability to overcome its basic contradiction. We will return to this later. All the means used by capitalism obey the same injunction: stay in a position of domination and extend supervisory control over society in general, and over the proletariat in particular. Whatever may have been the initial influence of other factors, such as the struggle among capitalists themselves or technical developments that had not yet been subordinated to capital, such influence gradually is now seeing its importance diminish in direct proportion to the proletarianization of society and to the extension of the class struggle. In previous societies, spheres of life, other than those of production, economics, and politics, were only indirectly and implicitly related to the class structure of society. They are now caught up in this conflict and explicitly integrated into the organizational network in which the ruling class tries to surround all of society. All sectors of human life must be put under the supervision of society's leaders and managers. Capitalism makes us all existing resources and means. Scientific knowledge is mobilized in capitalism's service. Psychology and psychoanalysis, industrial sociology, and political economy, electronics and mathematics are all called on to contribute to the survival of the system, to fill in the breaches of its defenses, to help it to penetrate into the exploited class, to comprehend its motivations and behaviors, and to use these in the interest of, quote, production, quote, social stability, and selling useless objects. Thus, modern societies, whether, quote, democratic or, quote, dictatorial, are in fact totalitarian. For in order to maintain their domination, the exploiters have to invade all fields of human activity and try to bring them to submission. It makes no difference that totalitarianism today no longer takes the extreme form it once took under Hitler or Stalin, or that it no longer utilizes terror as its sole and special means. Terror is only one of the means by which power can break down the resilience of all opposition, and it is neither universally applicable nor necessarily the most profitable way of achieving its ends. Quote, peaceful manipulation of the masses and the gradual assimilation of any organized opposition can be more effective. Section 4, or maybe it's, 4. Capitalist politics yesterday and today. During the course of this century-old struggle, capitalism has been constantly transforming society, but it also is being profoundly modified itself. Let us begin our examination of these modifications on the most, quote, ideological of levels, that of capitalist politics. The capitalist class's politics is becoming more and more conscious and explicit today. This can be best understood if we contrast it with the, quote, capitalist politics of the 19th century, end quote. In the 19th century, there was no capitalist politics in the proper sense. We use this expression only for convenience sake, understanding thereby the referential system, the ideas forces, IDE with an accent ES forces, the range of means utilized, and as we almost might say, the reflexes exhibited by the capitalist individual or the capitalist acting as a class through its institutions, parties, legislatures, state administrations, etc., when dealing with the problems confronting them. The capitalist, quote, politics of yesteryear is well known. It suffices to summarize its main points. Each capitalist ought to be left free to pursue his, quote, enterprise within very wide-ranging limits set down by law and, quote, morality. In particular, the labor contract should be free and determined by the, quote, agreement of the parties. The state ought to guarantee social order, give profitable orders to various companies when possible, encourage the activities of capitalists through customs, tariffs, and trade agreements, conduct wars to, quote, protect national interests, end quote, i.e. those of one or other group of capitalists. But it ought not to intervene directly in orienting or managing the economy, lest it, quote, perturb it. It should levy as little taxation as possible so as not to take too large a chunk of the national product, since its expenditures are, quote, unproductive. Workers' demands are a priori unjustified, since concretely they aim at lessening profits and abstractly they violate the laws of the market. Such demands ought therefore to be fought to the death with the intervention of troops, if necessary, along with the instruments of the workers' struggle, strikes, unions, workers' parties, etc. What is of importance here is not, of course, to discuss how absurd such an ideology is, how it mixes childish caprice and bad faith, nor need we even go into how large a part of the capitalist class and its politicians, the, quote, liberal, reactionary, and, quote, wing, so to speak, today remains under its hold. What interests us is that in corresponding to a certain phase in the development of the history of capitalism and of the labor movement, this politics has played a determining role in the unfolding of the class struggle. And when in the same time it nourished the capitalist bitter resistance to workers' demands and conditioned both classical economic crises as well as the overall functioning of the economy. Indeed, quote, left to itself, the automatic functioning of the capitalist economy could only bring about recurrent overproduction crises. And, quote, left to itself, the subsequent process of trying to recover from these economic crises also could last for a long time. What is remarkable is that the ideology of Marxism, which continually, violently, and correctly denouncing, and while continually, violently, and correctly denouncing capitalist ideology and the, quote, politics that followed from it, shared its basic postulates in certain areas. Marxists, too, thought that nothing in the capitalist economy could be changed, that crises, being inevitable, were beyond the state's control. The only difference was in the placement of the plus and minus signs. For Marxists, crises were the manifestation of the system's insurmountable contradictions and could only grow worse. Capitalists saw in them only, quote, natural, quote, necessary evils, end quote, that had their positive counterpart, elimination of less effective enterprises, or that even were temporary signs of a, quote, growing stage, even were temporary signs of a, quote, growing stage of the capitalism, of the system, not of the capitalism, if that makes sense. At bottom, Marxists also thought that it was not possible to improve workers' wages on an enduring basis, that their pay was doomed by the, quote, laws of movement of capitalism, end quote, to fluctuate around an inalterable mean. On these basic points about the nature of reality, Marxist politics and capitalist politics shared a similar outlook until around 1930. On the other hand, Marxism identified the 19th century manifestations of capitalism and its politics during that era as the essence of capitalism. As a system, capitalism appeared to Marxism to be characterized fundamentally by anarchy and impotence. Quote, laissez-faire, and so on, was to Marxism merely the absence and negation of politics, though this politics was supposed to express the innermost tendencies of the system. Capitalist society necessarily was incapable of having a view or will of its own when it came to managing and organizing society. On the subjective level of the system's leaders and managers expressed this anarchy in the fact that they did not want and could not want to intervene, nor could they in fact intervene in the market economy, and if they did intervene, they would have been impotent, of course, in the face of the inexorable economic laws of the market. And when these leaders do make decisions, they are, by their very nature, incapable of adopting a more general or more long-term point of view, riveted as they are to making a profit in the most narrow way possible. The being of the capitalist is this immediate being who is incapable of putting any distance whatsoever between himself and the reality around him, even if this might serve his own clearly perceived long-term interests. Only with great difficulty does he come to understand that the worker, like a machine, needs adequate lubrication. He had preferred to see his company demolished before granting a wage increase. He will always fight a war to win a colony or to avoid losing a colony. Briefly, the capitalist is incapable of either tactics or strategy, particularly in the case of the class struggle. If, despite such impotence and anarchy, the system still functions, it is because behind these capitalist marionettes, there sat in stern silence the impersonal and objective laws of the economy. These laws guaranteed both consistency and expansion, but only up to a certain point. For behind this consistency, we encounter once again, at a still further removed level, the ultimate anarchy of the system, its ultimate, quote, objective contradiction. Let us say right away that although historically outdated, this image was no less true in part. The excusable methodological, quote, error of the Marxists of yesteryear was to elevate to the rank of eternal capitalistic traits the characteristics pertaining to one phase of its development. The real and inexcusable error of today's, quote, Marxists is to look for the truth about the world surrounding them in 100-year-old books. It actually was true that for a long time capitalist politics was the absence of policy, the mixture of impotence and anarchy. It was true that the behavior of the individual capitalist, as well as his politicians, his state, and his class, was precisely this short-sighted behavior that lacked all distance, perspective, tactics, and strategy. It is true that as long as he could, the capitalist treated the worker infinitely less well than a beast of burden, and that his attitude was modified only as a result of class struggle, and will remain changed only as long as this struggle continues. Finally, it is true that in this society that just, quote, let things happen, which is laissez-faire means, end quote, the only consistent thing was the coherence afforded by economic laws. In a complex and rapidly changing world, however, these laws could only go hand in hand with a fundamental incoherence. But things have changed. To preserve today this outdated image of capitalism is to commit the gravest and most frequent of errors one can commit in a war. To ignore one's adversary and to underestimate his strength. This change was due not to some genetic mutation making capitalists more intelligent. The proletariat struggle has forced the ruling class to modify its politics, its ideology, the ruling class's real way of organizing society. Capitalism has been objectively modified by this century-old struggle, but it also has been modified on a subjective level in the sense that its leaders and ideologists have accumulated, often against their will, a historical experience of managing modern society. The content of this new capitalist politics was forced upon the ruling classes by the struggle of the proletariat. Actual labor victories showed that the system really could accommodate itself quite well to certain reforms and even divert them for its own profit. Capitalism also began to use the ideas, methods, and institutions that arose out of the labor movement itself. Thus, for instance, at a certain stage, wage increases no longer can be combated as unstintingly as in the past, for pressure from the working class has become too strong. Little by little, capitalists discovered that they need not be so opposed to these increases or resist them so absolutely. Indeed, from the moment the movement becomes a general one, the collective bargaining plays a big part in this process. No capitalist is put in an unfavorable position vis-a-vis his competitors just because he is granted a wage increase. And in the final analysis, the subsequent enlargement of demands helps him to make larger profits. Last and certainly not least, the capitalist makes up for these higher wages by increasing output and productivity, thus keeping the wages-profit ratio fairly constant. And in fact, what he is trying to do is to buy the docility of the workers in the most important area, that of production, through his concessions on wages. Of course, this is par excellence one of the cases where what is useful for and what is done by the class as a whole is not necessarily good for the individual capitalist. This is one of the reasons why this new attitude appears only when capital concentration on the one hand and the growth of labor organizations on the other hand have reached a certain crucial point. But from that moment on, a consciously applied policy of, quote, moderate wage hikes become an integral part of overall capitalist policy. For more and more capitalists come to see the connection between such increases and overall market expansion. Let's take another example. The working class today would have not tolerated for a minute a repetition of the Depression of 1929 to 33. Having experienced this great crisis, the ruling class clearly realizes that relatively, quote, full employment must be maintained. At the same time that the capitalists finally become aware of the obvious connection between the maintenance of full employment and accelerated capital expansion, they discovered, along with the workers or even before the workers, that statism in no way meant the same thing as socialism. Similarly, the unions had fought against for so long are finally recognized and ultimately transformed into cogs in the system. We now arrive at the contemporary conception of capitalism as the policies that are now actually being put in force, even while they are still being fought in words. The key changes in the abandonment of, quote, laissez-faire, and more profoundly the repudiation of the ideology of, quote, free enterprise, and of the belief that the spontaneous functioning of the economy and of society will produce the optimum result for the ruling class. This also entails an acceptance of the idea which comes out of the labor movement that society, i.e. the ruling class, bears an overall responsibility for what happens in society and that the state plays a central role in exercising this responsibility. At the same time, the ruling class accepts the idea that, through its various organs, it must achieve the most extensive control possible over all spheres of social activity. State intervention in social affairs becomes the rule, and no longer the exception as used to be the case. Its content is now radically different than it was under the classical capitalist ideology. The state no longer is supposed to guarantee merely a social order within which the play of capitalist forces would freely proceed. It is now explicitly charged with assuring full employment and, quote, economic growth with stability, end quote, which means assuring an adequate level of overall demand and intervening to prevent wage pressures from becoming too strong. It must keep an eye on the consumption and skill development of the labor force. It must help sectors where private capital investment is insufficient or insufficiently rational. It must encourage scientific and cultural development. Henceforth, the idea forces are expansion, development of consumption and leisure, the enlargement of the educational sphere, and the promotion of culture. The means include organization, individual selection, and hierarchization. There is no point in stressing now the class content of these objectives and means, or the contradictions inherent in this new capitalist policy. Doubts on this score and an obstinate refusal to recognize the reality of contemporary capitalism can remain only among those who feel the earth slipping out from under their feet every time they see the, quote, standard of living, for example, rise under capitalism. They become so disoriented because they continue to confuse socialism with the expansion of this kind of production and this kind of consumption, with the enlargement of this kind of education, with the promotion of this kind of culture. Subjectively, these new policies are the product of the capitalists' experiences of the class struggle and of managing society. Objectively, and at the same time, they are the corollary of the real transformations capitalism has undergone. They are the explicit logic of capitalism's new structure and of the tools it must put into service to assure its continued domination over society. Because it must provide the means to achieve these ends, it also accelerates the development of these new structures and makes ever wider use of these tools. Let us now turn to this aspect of the evolution of capitalism. Sorry, 1 second. 5. The bureaucratization of capitalism and its ideal tendency. The result of 2 centuries of class struggle has been the profound objective transformation of capitalism. This transformation can be summed up in one word: bureaucratization. By bureaucratization, we mean a type of social structure in which the direction of collective activities is in the hands of an impersonal, hierarchically organized apparatus. This apparatus is supposed to act according to, quote, rational criteria and methods. This apparatus is economically privileged, and it gains recruits according to the rules this apparatus actually proclaims and really applies. The bureaucratization of capitalism has 3 main sources that are rooted in the class struggle, and in capitalism's own attempts to subject people to capitalism's authority and to control their social activities. 1. In production. The concentration and, quote, rationalization, end quote, of production give rise to a bureaucratic apparatus within the capitalist enterprise. The function of this bureaucratic apparatus within the capitalist enterprise is to manage production and regulate the enterprise's relation with the rest of the economy. In particular, the direction of the labor process implies the existence of such a specialized, well-staffed apparatus. Among its tasks are the definition of individual jobs, of the work pace, of the production methods, control over the quantity and quality of what is produced, supervision, planning the production process, managing people and, quote, integrating people into the firm's operation, the carrot and stick approach. The workers' resistance to capitalist production requires that capitalism exercise an ever stricter degree of control over the labor process and over the activity of each worker. Such supervisory control, in turn, requires a complete transformation of the firm's 19th century managerial methods and creates a managerial apparatus that tends to become the real locus of power in the enterprise. 2. In the state. The state has always been the bureaucratic apparatus par excellence, but the state has now become an instrument for controlling and even managing economic and social life in a growing number of sectors. This profound transformation of the state's role is accompanied by an extraordinary growth both in terms of personnel and in terms of the functions those personnel fill. 3. In political and trade union organizations. Here the evolution of capitalism begins to overlap with the evolution proper to the labor movement. Starting at a certain stage in its development, and for a number of complex reasons, the labor movement also becomes bureaucratized. As this occurs, the objective functioning of large, quote, working class organizations changes and becomes one of maintaining the proletariat within the system of exploitation, of channeling its struggles towards merely refurbishing rather than destroying the system. The regimentation of the proletariat, and more generally of the entire population, into the framework of bureaucratic capitalism, its manipulation, the management of its political activities and economic demands require a specialized apparatus. A specialized apparatus personified by the, quote, working classes, political and trade union bureaucracy. The same factors, and also the need to struggle against bureaucratized, quote, working class organizations, induced the bureaucratization of conservative political groups as well. At a certain stage, bureaucratization, i.e., the management of activity by hierarchized apparatuses, becomes the very logic of this society, its response to everything. In its present stage, bureaucratization has extended far beyond the spheres of production, the economy, the state, and politics. Consumption is bureaucratized now in the sense that neither its volume nor its pattern are left to the spontaneous mechanism of the economy, or to the psychology of the consumer. Quote, free choice, of course, never existed in an alienated society. Consumption has become the object of an ever more refined and intensive practice of manipulation. This activity, too, requires a corresponding specialized apparatus of sales services, advertising, market research, etc. Even leisure is becoming bureaucratized. An increasing degree of bureaucratization in the world of culture is inevitable in the present context. Even if the quote production, end quote, of culture has not become an organized collective activity, its promotion and propagation have become so to an immense degree. The press, publishing, radio, cinema, television, etc. Scientific research itself has become caught up in the process and now goes on at a terrifying rate, whether it takes place under the supervision of large corporations or the state. Such an analysis of our society raises new problems at every level. We cannot even broach these questions here. Before doing anything else, however, we must sift out the meaning of the present evolution of capitalism. We must see how this evolution affects the fate of people in this society down to its deepest roots. The real meaning of bureaucratization. For over a century, the vast majority of Marxists saw in capitalism a, quote, profit system. They criticized it essentially because such a system condemned workers to poverty qua consumers and because it corrupted social relations by money. Indeed, only the most vulgar and superficial aspects of this corruption were examined. The idea that capitalism is above all an enterprise that dehumanized the worker and destroyed work as a signifying activity. We take, quote, signifying here to mean, quote, creative significations, end quote. An idea, moreover, first formulated by Marx himself, would have appeared, if they hadn't thought of it at all, as some foggy philosophizing that they readily would have described as spiritualistic. Today, an equally superficial view of the process of bureaucratization seems to be overturning the world. Some see in bureaucratization only the advent of a managerial stratum that has grafted itself onto the private employing class, or perhaps even replaced the private employing class. For them, bureaucratization has instaurated an unacceptable type of command in production and in political life, thereby intensifying the revolt of the executants and creating a new and immense amount of waste. All this is both true and important, but one is doomed to understand nothing about contemporary society if one stops at this point. Bureaucratization does not signify merely the emergence of a social stratum whose weight and importance are constantly growing. Nor does it simply mean that the functioning of the economy undergoes basic modifications through concentration and statification. Bureaucratization entails a transformation of the values and significations that form the basis of people's lives in society. It remodels their attitudes and their conduct. If this aspect, the profoundest one of all, is not understood, nothing has been understood about the cohesiveness of present-day society or about the crisis it is undergoing. Capitalism imposes its, quote, logic on all of society. The ultimate end of human activity and human existence in this, quote, logic is maximum production. Everything is to be subordinated to this arbitrary end. Capitalist, quote, rationalization seeks to achieve this end through methods that both derive from people's alienation as producers, since people are now seen merely as means to the end of increasing production, and recreate this alienation while constantly exacerbating it. In concrete terms, it is accomplished through the ever-heightened separation of direction and execution, by reducing workers to the status of mere executants and by transferring the functions of management outside the labor process. Capitalist, quote, rationalization is therefore inseparable from bureaucratization, since it can proceed only to the extent that it also constitutes itself as a body of, quote, rationalizers, i.e., managers, organizers, middle-level staff, quality controllers, quote, setup men, end quote, who prepare the work of others in the production process, etc. But this, quote, rationalization, end quote, imposed from without and maintained within an exploitative framework, entails the destruction of the significations of social activities, just as externalized, quote, organization entails the destruction of people's responsibility and initiative. It is easy to see this on the plane of work, which is the most familiar, and where the consequences of this process of bureaucratization or, quote, rationalization have been known for a long time. Capitalism has destroyed work as a signifying activity, as an activity in the course of which significations are constituted for the subject, and to which this subject is attached precisely for this reason. All signification has been destroyed within work, since in jobs that have become compartmentalized there no longer is an object of labor properly speaking, but simply fragments of matter whose meaning always exists elsewhere. Nor is there any longer a subject of work, the person of the worker having been broken up into separate skills and abilities, of which certain ones have been arbitrarily extracted from the whole and intensively applied in isolation. At the same time, capitalism destroys all possibility for the worker to attach any signification to work as such. Since the worker is not present in the production process as a person, but simply as an anonymous and replaceable faculty, the faculty of indefinite repetition of one or another elementary gesture. From the point of view of production itself, the fragmentation of the labor process, and in particular the fragmentation of its object, creates practically insurmountable problems that we have analyzed elsewhere. Briefly speaking, the growing division of labor and of tasks requires that a unified conception of the labor process, which does not exist in the subjects who carry out the work, must exist elsewhere. Otherwise, production would collapse under the weight of its own internal differentiation. This, quote, elsewhere, is to be found in the separate managerial apparatus existing outside the production process. In other words, in the company bureaucracy whose functioning it is to reconstitute the unity of this process on an ideal level. The meaning of work must be sought among those who do not, quote, work. Office, bureau, personnel. But in applying its own methods, the bureaucracy itself proliferates and subdivides itself. It internally divides its work and its tasks in such a way that it becomes just as difficult to restore a unified conception of productive operations in the offices as it is in the workshops. At the limit, the signification of these operations is possessed by no one. The signification of work as such thus may be destroyed, but for the workers there remains the signification of work, and of the daily struggles against exploitation that accompany it, as a terrain of positive socialization, as a framework within which the workers' solidarity and their existence as a collectivity are constituted. Though both fragmented and fragmenting, the workplace remains for the worker the place of community with other people, and in the first place a community of struggle. We will dwell at length on this point later. What is crucial now is the simultaneously conscious and objective logic of the process of bureaucratization. Bureaucratic logic not only does not understand this aspect of life in the enterprise, it fights it with all the means it has at its disposal, sensing correctly that it is directed against it. In 1,000 different ways, the bureaucracy is constantly trying to destroy the solidarity and positive socialization of the workers, mainly by attempting to introduce an unending number of differentiations within the working class, giving different, quote, statuses to different jobs, and arranging them according to a hierarchical structure. That this attempt is artificial and that it constantly fails to achieve the ends at which it aims matter little in the present context, for it defines the meaning of the bureaucratic enterprise, which is the destruction of all meaning in work. Work in the bureaucratic capitalist outlook should have only a single unique signification for the subject, to be a source of income, the condition for obtaining wages. Bureaucratic organization entails another equally important consequence: the destruction of responsibility. From the formal point of view, bureaucratic organization signifies a division of responsibilities. Areas of authority or supervision must be clearly defined and circumscribed, while responsibilities are accordingly fragmented. This ever-heightened fragmentation of these areas is an expression of the growing division of labor within the bureaucracy itself. Ultimately, it leads to a total destruction of responsibility. First of all, the organization of labor from the outside and the reduction of the overwhelming mass of workers to more and more limited tasks of execution signify, in fact, that all responsibility has been taken away from them. The organization of their activities by a limited and clearly defined number of, quote, persons in positions of responsibility, end quote, and this goes for all activities, not just in production, signifies that everyone is reduced to a, quote, couldn't care less attitude, end quote. At first, this includes everyone except the, quote, organizers, but eventually even these, quote, organizers themselves lose all sense of responsibility as well, since the collectivization of bureaucratic apparatuses and the progressive division of labor within their ranks create new bureaucrats, the bureaucrats of the bureaucracy. Further, as in the division of tasks, the growing fragmentation of all areas of authority and responsibility also creates an enormous problem of synthesis that the bureaucracy is incapable of resolving in a rational manner. To be more precise, it can only respond to this problem by applying its own methods, by creating a new category. Excuse me. Further, as in the division of tasks, the growing fragmentation of all areas of authority and responsibility also creates an enormous problem of synthesis that the bureaucracy is incapable of resolving in a rational manner. To be more precise, it can only respond to this problem by applying its own methods, by creating a new category of bureaucrats. These we may call the, quote, synthesis specialists, whose function it is to bring about a reunification of what has been torn asunder, though of course their mere existence already signifies that things have splintered apart once more. Since defining areas of authority and domains of partial responsibility can never be done exhaustively or made watertight, the bureaucracy will never be able to settle within itself such questions as, where do A's responsibilities leave off and where do B's begin? Where do those of their superior begin? It attempts to settle such questions only risks setting off domestic intrigues and struggles among cliques and clans. Finally, the most deep-seated motivations for an attitude of responsibility disappear. Work has become merely a source of income, and therefore the only thing that counts is simply to, quote, cover oneself with respect to the formal rules and regulations. For the same reasons, initiative tends to disappear. By its logic and through its actual operation, the system denies all initiative to executants and tries to transfer it to managers and leaders. But since everyone is gradually becoming transformed into an executant on one level or another, this transfer of responsibility ends up signifying that initiative disintegrates in the hands of the bureaucracy at the same rate that it becomes concentrated in the bureaucracy. Using the production process as our starting point, we have provided a description of this situation. Bureaucratization becomes a more and more general phenomenon as it takes over other spheres of social life. The disappearance of meaningful activity, responsibility, and initiative becomes to an increasing degree the main characteristic of a bureaucratized society. Motives in bureaucratic society. How then can this society assure its own cohesion? What holds its various parts together, and above all, what under normal conditions guarantees the subordination of those whom it exploits and ensures that their conduct conforms to the functional needs of the system? Certainly, in part at least, it is violence and coercion. The system is always ready to intervene in order to guarantee social order. But for obvious reasons, violence and coercion do not suffice and never have sufficed to assure the continued functioning of the system, except perhaps on galleys. Keep all of people's gestures in line and in unison is a 24-hour job. One way or another, this society must keep moving in its direction. People must consume the products that are supplied to them. People must go to the vacation spots and entertainment areas picked out for them. People must procreate the children who will be needed tomorrow and then raise them in a fashion that conforms to social norms and so on. Whatever its contradictions and conflicts, a society can continue only if it succeeds in inculcating its members with adequate motivations, thus inducing them to reproduce again and again consistent behaviors both among themselves and in relation to the structure and operation of the overall social system. It matters little that these motivations might be or appear to us as false or mystified, provided they exist and society succeeds in reproducing them within each new generation. The non-existence of God, the internal contradictions of Catholic dogma, and the contradictions between this dogma and the Church's social practice did not prevent the Christian serfs of Western Europe from behaving for centuries as if they recognized the values of the feudal order, even if, in extreme moments, they burned down the Lord's castle. But adequate motivations, again, we are speaking of motivations other than those resulting from mere direct or indirect coercion, cannot exist unless a system of values is imposed upon society. All its members must participate in and share this system of values to a greater or lesser degree. 2 centuries of capitalism, and particularly the last half-century, have resulted in the collapse of the traditional system of values, religion, family, etc., and in a pathetic attempt to substitute, quote, rational modern values in their stead. It suffices to recall the unending platitudes of the new, quote, lay and republican, end quote, morality in France, of which the racketeers of the Radical Socialist Party were the most noteworthy exponents. This collapse of traditional values indeed has gone along with another product of the evolution of capitalism, the dislocation of organic and integrated human communities. These communities alone can serve as the soil-nourishing values in which the members of society actually participate. Here again, the factory and the working-class community that makes it up are radically opposed to this tendency of capitalism, but this point, as important as it is outside the context of the present analysis. What then can society's response to the problem of motivating people be? How can one get them to do what is asked of them? We have already seen this response when we discussed the problem of the signification of work. The only possible remaining motivation is to have an income. One might add another. In a more and more hierarchized and bureaucratized structure, there is also the motivation of getting a promotion. But despite the constant attempt to attach differences in status to the various rungs of the bureaucratic ladder, a host of factors prevents these from acquiring a decisive importance in the context of the 20th century. Ultimately, promotion is important because it represents an increase in pay, but what is the signification of income? In a society where capital is becoming more and more impersonal, private income no longer can lead to accumulation, except in the rarest of circumstances. Income, therefore, only has meaning through the consumption income allows. But what is this consumption? Traditional needs, for the moment. That boils down to the same thing. The traditional methods of satisfying these needs are at the point of saturation due to constant rises in income. Consumption, therefore, can preserve a semblance of meaning only if new needs or new methods of satisfying needs are constantly being created, which at the same time is indispensable for keeping the economy in a state of constant expansion. Here bureaucratization intervenes anew. Work has lost all meaning save as a source of income. This, quote, income has a meaning insofar as it allows individuals to consume, in other words, to satisfy needs, but this consumption itself loses its initial meaning. Needs no longer are, or at least are to a lesser and lesser degree, the expression of an organic relation of the individual with his natural and social milieu. They have become the object of underhanded or even violent manipulation. At the limit, they are created out of thin air by a special section of the bureaucracy, the consumption, advertising and sales bureaucracy. Whether you, quote, really need, end quote, some object or another matters little. Indeed, as any half-awake sociologist will tell you, these words have no meaning at all. It suffices that you imagine that something is either indispensable or useful, that it exists and that others have it, that, quote, it is done, end quote, or that it, quote, is being worn, end quote, etc. Quote, well-being, end quote, the, quote, standard of living, and, quote, social enrichment evidently have become concepts floating in midair. In what sense can it be said that one society which devotes an increasing portion of its activities to creating out of thin air an awareness among its members that they, quote, lack something, so that they can exhaust themselves working full speed to try to gratify this new need, quote, is richer, or, quote, lives better than another society that does not create such an awareness? What is of greater importance here, even private life or consumption, which seemed like it might have remained an area where individuals could give their own meaning to their existence, does not escape the process of, quote, rationalization and bureaucratization. The consumer's spontaneous or cultural attitudes are an absolutely inadequate basis for generating demand within the colossal system of modern production. The customer must be led to behave in a fashion that conforms with the exigencies of society. He must consume an ever-growing quantity of what the production line turns out. His conduct and his motivations, therefore, must become subject to calculation and manipulation. And this manipulation henceforth becomes an integral part of the process of, quote, organizing society. It obviously is the result of the destruction of significations, but it immediately becomes their cause and completes this process of destruction. We can see the same process at work in politics. Present-day political organizations, whatever their orientation, are bureaucratized and separate from the population. As such, they no longer express a political attitude or will of any large stratum of society. No population group provides them any substance. No one actually participates in them. None of these organizations is capable of serving as the vehicle of collective political creation. Whether this creation might be revolutionary, reformist, or conservative matters little. How, then, can one guarantee the public's, quote, obedience, end quote, to these organizations? Certainly, in part, it comes from a series of automatic reflexes already incorporated in society, but to an increasing extent it must be produced by a conscious and continual effort on the part of the bureaucratic, quote, general staffs, end quote, of these parties. Making use of specialized services and departments, let us merely reflect on the following fact. There have been 25 centuries of recorded political history in the Western world, but propaganda is basically a creation of the last half-century. In the past, people would join a political party of their own accord or support a politician whom they thought would express their views. No one attempted to, quote, create political interest, end quote, in the population. Today, this interest is lacking despite and because of the desperate and permanent efforts to organize to create it. Propaganda no longer is anything but mystificatory manipulation. The content has disappeared. What counts for the electors is the, quote, image of a party or particular candidate. The, quote, image a party or particular candidate projects. Today, a president is, quote, sold to the population of the United States as one sells a brand of toothpaste. Obviously, this is not just a one-way process. Those who manipulate are also in a certain fashion manipulated by those whom they manipulate, but the wheel always remains in the same rut. Here again, the process is the same. The meaning of politics is dead, but as society requires a minimum of political behavior from its subjects, a political bureaucracy emerges and manipulates citizens in order to ensure it. As far as people's fate in society is concerned, what is the most profound content of the process of bureaucratization? It is the insertion of each individual into a little niche of great productive system where he is compelled to perform an alienated and alienating job. It is the destruction of the meaning of work and of all of collective life. It is the reduction of life to private life outside of work and outside of all collective activity. It is the reduction of private life to material consumption. It is alienation in the domain of consumption itself through the permanent manipulation of the individual qua consumer. This content, combined as it is with the readily familiar traits of the process of bureaucratization in the areas of production, the economy, and politics, allows us to grasp the ideal tendency of bureaucratic capitalism. We shall now try to give a more precise account of this tendency by defining what can be called the model of a bureaucratic society, for it is only in terms of this model that the evolution of contemporary societies can be fully understood. Bracket, the bureaucratic model. A bureaucratic society is one that has succeeded in transforming the overwhelming majority of the population into wage earners. Only marginal strata of the population, 5% farmers, 1% artists, intellectuals, and prostitutes, remain outside the wage relation with its concomitant hierarchy. It is a society wherein A, the population is integrated into huge impersonal production units owned by an individual, an anonymous corporation, or the state, and is arrayed along a hierarchical pyramidal structure. Only to a very minor degree does this structure correspond to differences in knowledge, abilities, etc. These differences themselves are the product of education and hence of differences in income. They consequently tend to be reproduced from generation to generation. For the most part, this structure corresponds to the instauration of technically and economically arbitrary differentiations. These arbitrary differentiations are nevertheless necessary from the exploiter's point of view. B. Work has lost all signification of its own, even for the majority of skilled personnel. It retains meaning only as a source of income and as a condition for obtaining such. The division of labor is pushed to absurd lengths. Even if it has attained a certain limit, the division of tasks has reached the point where only fragmentary tasks remain, themselves stripped of all meaning. C. Quote, full employment has been realized on a nearly permanent basis, provided they, quote, conform. Wage earners, whether manual or intellectual workers, enjoy almost complete job security. Apart from minor fluctuations, production advances in good years and bad by a significant... Where am I? Apart from minor fluctuations, production advances in good years and bad by a significant percentage. D. In good and bad years, wages increase by a percentage that does not differ appreciably from the production increases. Consequently, in growing, production creates production's own outlets as far as buying power is concerned. E. Quote, needs, in the economic, or rather the commercial and advertising sense of the term, regularly increase without buying power. Society creates a sufficient amount of, quote, needs to sustain the demand for the goods it produces, whether created directly through advertising, and consumer manipulation, or indirectly through the process of social differentiation, where lower income groups are constantly being offered more expensive modes of consumption. F. Job hierarchization in enterprises has reached the point that the solidarity of large groups by exploited workers has been broken to a substantial degree. The system, in other words, is, quote, open and, quote, flexible enough to create non-negligible opportunities for promotion, say, for example, a 1 in 10 chance for the upper half of the wage-earning class. Consequently, in a majority of cases, relationships between workers in the workplace no longer are modeled on the workshop of today, but on the office of yesterday, underhanded competition, intrigues, and boot-licking. G. Consequently, the enterprise not only is an abhorrent place to work, but also ceases in the majority of instances to be a place of positive socialization. H. Changes in city life and housing tend to annihilate local community life as the framework for socialization and the physical basis for supporting an organic collectivity. This comes about as a result of the continued differentiation of places for sharing activities. Integrated community life in urban centers is completely dislocated. Previously, such collective communities were ridden with contradictions and strife. Now they cease to exist as collectivities. They are no more than the juxtaposition of individuals and families, each living on its own and coexisting in the mode of anonymity. I. Consequently, whether at work or where he lives, the individual finds himself controlled by surroundings that are either positively hostile or anonymously populated by unknown masses of people. J. The only remaining motivation is the race after the carrot of a, quote, ever higher standard of living, end quote, not to be confused with real living, which does not go by standards. This, quote, rising standard of living, end quote, which bears within itself its own negation, since there is always another, even higher standard to be attained, works like a treadmill. K. Social life as a whole keeps up its, quote, democratic, end quote, facade and continues to include political parties, trade unions, and so on. But these organizations, as well as the state, politics, and public life in general, have become profoundly bureaucratized. Though this process of bureaucratization, of course, is not an exact replica of the one that has transformed the sphere of production. L. Consequently, the individual's active participation in, quote, politics or in the life of political and trade union organizations has, objectively speaking, no meaning. Nobody can do anything at all, let alone be able to struggle against the existing state of things, and people actually see that such participation is meaningless. At the very most, a small minority remains mystified in this respect and maintains ties between these organizations and the population at large. But the population at large has no interest in politics, except perhaps in an opportunistic and cynical fashion when, quote, elections come up. M. Not only politics and its corresponding political organizations, but all organizations and all collective activities have been both bureaucratized and given up for dead by people in this society. As someone once put it, quote, even among bowlers there are still some people who bowl, but there is no one to elect officers, discuss questions of importance to bowlers, etc., end quote. Hence, privatization characterizes people's general attitude towards life, though, of course, privatization does not mean the absence of society, it means a peculiar mode of social living. N. Consequently, social irresponsibility becomes an essential trait of human behavior. Irresponsibility is possible for the first time on such a scale because society no longer has any challenges before it, either internally or externally. Its productive capacities and tremendous wealth confer upon it broad margins of irresponsibility unimaginable in any other period of history. Society is allowed to make almost any mistake. It can indulge in almost any sort of irrationality. It can produce almost any sort of value. Its own alienation and inertia prevents it from giving itself any new tasks or asking itself any new questions. For this reason, it encounters no crucial problems that might put to the test its basic inability to make an explicit choice, even an irrational choice. Indeed, nothing helps it to imagine that it might someday have to act on such a choice. Art and culture actually have become nothing but objects of consumption and pleasure. Art and culture no longer have any connection with human or social problems. Formalism predominates, and the Universal Museum becomes the supreme manifestation of contemporary culture. P. Society's philosophy becomes consumption for the sake of consumption in private life and organization for the sake of organization in collective life. This air-conditioned nightmare already surrounds us. The preceding description can hardly be considered an extrapolation of contemporary reality. It gives expression to the objective path bureaucratized society is following at an ever-increasing speed. It provides a definition of the ruling class's ultimate goal, which is to defeat the revolt of the exploited by harnessing them to the race for a higher, quote, standard of living. By breaking up their solidarity through increased hierarchization, and by bureaucratizing every type of collective endeavor. Conscious or not, this is the bureaucratic capitalist project. This is the practical meaning that ties together the policies of the ruling classes and the objective processes at work in their society. But this project runs aground, for it does not succeed in overcoming the fundamental contradiction of capitalism. On the contrary, it multiplies this contradiction to infinity. Nor has it yet succeeded in suppressing people's struggle against this system or in transforming people into marionettes manipulated by the bureaucracies installed in the sectors of production, consumption, and politics. It is towards the analysis of the conditions for and the signification of this failure that we now wish to turn our attention. Part 3, Section 6, The Failure of Capitalism. Capitalism tries to completely bureaucratize society. Whether they know it or not, whether they explicitly wish to or not, capitalists can neither counter the workers' struggle against the system, nor resolve the innumerable problems the evolution of the modern world constantly raises for them, except by trying to subject to their authority and to their, quote, organizing methods, a greater and greater number of sectors of social life. Capitalists must try to penetrate further and further into people's work life and social life in order to direct these areas according to their own interests and outlook. In the current way of looking at things, one sees only the development of production in the development of capitalism. But this is only the result of the extension and the deepening of capitalist relations of production and life. The development of capitalism means the increasing proletarianization of society, the reduction of all work to tasks of execution carried out within large bureaucratically organized units, and ever heightened separation of functions of execution from functions of direction, the external manipulation and organization of all aspects of life, the constitution of separate managerial apparatuses, within which the same division between direction and execution is rapidly put in force. This is the way capitalism organizes itself in society. It aims at producing a situation where the managerial apparatus would decide everything, where nothing would interrupt the, quote, normal functioning of operations as foreseen by bureaucratic offices and governments, where everything would unfold according to the plans of the organizers, where the limitless manipulation of people would bring them to behave docilely like production and consumption machines. In this way, the contradictions and crises of the system finally would be overcome. To all appearances, capitalism already has taken a good number of steps down this road. As we have seen in the first part of this text, it has succeeded in getting enough control over the economy to eliminate depressions and massive unemployment, in manipulating consumers so that they absorb a constantly growing volume of production, in integrating labor organizations into its system and making them cogs in that system, and finally in transforming politics into a harmless little game. Apologists for the system and a few traditional Marxists consider these manifestations of the bureaucratization of society, and in particular, the phenomenon of attaining adequate control over the economy as proving that capitalism has, quote, overcome its contradictions. Traditional Marxists do not see that capitalism has merely eliminated from capitalism's social environment what was not capitalistic in capitalism's social environment. What traditional Marxists are accustomed to thinking of as, quote, contradictions are precisely not the contradictions of capitalism, but the incoherencies of a society that has not yet been sufficiently transformed by capitalism and adequately assimilated to capitalism. Failure to recognize these phenomena often leads these traditional Marxists either to deny the facts or abandon the revolutionary perspective. They do not understand, for example, that economic depressions were a condition of the still fragmentary character of production, divided as it is among a host of independently managed units. The fragmentation has nothing essentially capitalistic about it. From the point of view of the system itself, such an arrangement is just as absurd as the independent management of various workshops in a large factory would be. The logic of capitalism is to treat the whole of society as one immense integrated enterprise. Far from revealing the essence of the system, the problems it encounters, as long as this integration has not been fully realized, serve only to mask it. Once we rid ourselves of this superficial outlook on the evolution of capitalism, however, we see immediately that the contradiction found in capitalism cannot be suppressed unless the system itself is abolished. For this contradiction, as we saw in Section 3, the fundamental contradiction of capitalism, is set up by the very structure of the system. It is inherent in the fundamental relation that constitutes the capitalist organization of production and of work. In the capitalist method of organizing these areas, the system is constantly trying to reduce just about every worker into a pure and simple executant. But this system would collapse as soon as workers were completely reduced to such a status. It therefore is obliged simultaneously to solicit the participation of the executants in the labor process and to forbid them from showing any initiative. In a society in a state of continual upheaval, this contradiction becomes the daily problem of the production process, and the workers' class struggle becomes immediately a permanent challenge to the foundations of the system. Now, the development of capitalism is nothing but the extension of capitalist relations to all of society. In bureaucratizing all activities as a way of, quote, resolving the contradictions inherited from previous historical eras, capitalism merely spreads its fundamental contradiction everywhere, and its attempts to resolve that fundamental contradiction merely end in failure. To convince ourselves of this, let us first consider the situation in the sphere of production. For a century, Taylorism, industrial psychology, and then industrial sociology have tried to square this particular circle. They have tried to make alienated and exploited workers work as if they were not alienated and exploited. They have tried to get those who are forbidden all initiative to take extraordinary measures, quote, when it is necessary, end quote, i.e., all the time. They have tried to convince those who have been systematically excluded to participate in something. The solution to this problem has not advanced 1 inch for over a century. The vain attempts of industrial sociologists to, quote, reform human relations in industry, end quote, ultimately served only as window dressing, rather like the well-tended flower beds that surround modern factories. When the logic of the system, pushed to its ultimate limits, reaches some absolute impasse, corrections are made. But these corrections are only oscillations around a central point of disequilibrium. Thus there is now a trend away from the ever-increasing division of tasks. It has been seen that beyond a certain point, this division lessens the enterprise's overall output rather than increases it. Modern companies in England and the United States are beginning to abandon piecework and to go back to hourly wage rates in order to eliminate the conflicts that perpetually arise over the setting of norms, quality control, etc. Ultimately, such corrections correct nothing at all. It is impossible within the present context to enlarge the scope of tasks to the point where a worker's job would recover a semblance of meaning. And if one were to bring about a restitution of what is involved with the performance of tasks through an augmentation of their relative degree of autonomy in the work process to the point where they would be more integrated to the activity of the workers, they would just multiply their means of struggle against management, thus feeding the fundamental conflict anew. The return to hourly pay, on the other hand, revives the whole problem of output, unless, of course, the firm is content with receiving an amount of output set up by the workers themselves. The solution capitalism has chosen is not merely to refurbish its relations with the workers, but to seek the radical abolition of its labor relation problems by abolishing the worker. In other words, through automating production. As an American employer profoundly remarked, quote, "The biggest trouble in industry is that it is full of human beings," end quote. But this suppression of the worker can never be totally checked. Automated units cannot operate without being surrounded by a network of human activities: supply, supervision, maintenance, and repair. They imply, therefore, the maintenance of a workforce and the resulting contradictions, even if they take on a new form. And in any case, for a long time yet to come, automation by its very nature will affect only a minority of the workforce. Workers actually or virtually eliminated from automated production sectors must find a job elsewhere, and it can only be in non-automated sectors. Automated sectors hardly ever employ unskilled workers, so the great majority of these workers will continue for a long time to come to be employed in these other sectors. Automation, therefore, does not resolve capitalism's problem in production. Thus, capitalism's victories over the workers are transformed after a time into failures. The same dialectic appears to be at work when the management of society as a whole is considered. Each, quote, solution capitalism invents to take care of its problems only creates new problems, and just as fast each of its, quote, victories brings with it its opposite. Let us take the problem of depressions and unemployment. Post-war capitalism Post-war capitalism succeeded in getting a handle on the level of economic activity so as to eliminate economic depressions and maintain relatively full employment of the workforce. But this situation gives birth to a host of new problems, as can be seen very clearly in the case of England. In England, the unemployment rate has never surpassed 2.5% since the war, while the number of unfilled jobs frequently has been higher than the number of unemployed. This results, on the one hand, in an upward pressure on wages obviously judged, quote, excessive by capitalists. This upward pressure materializes itself in across-the-board wage hikes granted under labor management negotiations, but above all in a, quote, wage drift, i.e. a continuous increase in actual pay above and beyond contractually set levels of pay. On the other hand, and most intolerable for the capitalists, the workers' struggle against the conditions of production and of life in the workplace has taken an extraordinary intensity and proportions. We'll return to this point at length. Seized at the throat by this challenge to its power in the factory and by wage hikes and production costs Seized at the throat by this challenge to its power in the factory and by wage hikes and production costs increases that have damaged its crucial export sector, English capitalism has been openly discussing for the past 10 years in the columns of its newspapers the need to inject into the economy a good dose of unemployment in order to, quote, discipline the workers, end quote. The Tories intentionally organized economic recessions on several occasions. In 1955, the resulting stagnation in production lasted until 1958, At the beginning of 1960, production again was stagnant for a year and then again in July 1961. The problem has not been solved for all that. First, the dose of unemployment was not high enough to achieve their objective. A larger dose risked setting off a real depression or else an explosion of the class struggle. Second, these recessions and more generally the government's quote anti-inflationary end quote posture have induced a chronic stagnation in production and productivity that more than anything else has contributed to undermining the competitive position of English products on international markets. Last and above all, given the combativity of the English proletariat, neither wage pressures nor conflicts over the conditions of production have diminished. These recessions have only added a new cause of conflict, firings to those that already existed. Frequently, an entire factory goes out on strike because 50 or 100 workers have received pink slips. Not rejected, received pink slips. This is a sign that the workers are raising on the practical level the problem of who controls the level of employment in the company. In short, for 6 years, the Macmillan policy was a dunce's policy. Instead of resolving problems, it aggravated problems and created new problems. The same can be said for the policies of the Eisenhower administration in the United States, which, in order to fight against working class pressure, restricted the expansion of overall demand on several occasions and thus provoked a 7-year-long stagnation of American production. This amounted to a potential loss of $200 to 300. This amounted to a potential loss of $200 to $300 billion. As a finale, the Eisenhower administration created an international dollar crisis out of thin air. We can only provide here a few examples of this dialectic that transforms bureaucratic capitalism's quote solutions to problems into sources of new difficulties. 1. By allowing wage increases, capitalism resolves the problem of finding outlets for its continually expanding production. It simultaneously tries to buy the docility of the workers in production to push the workers back into private life. But rising living standards have in no way diminished the pressure for workers' demands on the economic level. In fact, these demands have become stronger than ever. Moreover, when poverty finally seems to have been licked and full employment seems assured, the problem of man's fate in the work process takes on its full importance in the eyes of its workers. This intensifies their revolt against the system of rule in the capitalist factory. In the long run, even the notion of, quote, rising living standards ultimately refutes itself. The absurdity of this life, of this unending race after electric hares and mechanical carrots, begins to dawn on people. 2. The domestication of trade unions allows capitalism to use trade unions in its own interests. But this provokes among the workers an increasing detachment from their unions, which ultimately even capitalists are obliged to deplore. By integrating the labor bureaucracy into their system, they ensure that it will exercise less and less of a hold on the workers. The edge of this weapon is dulled the more they use it. 3. In bureaucratizing parties and politics, bureaucratic capitalism succeeds in driving the population away from all public activity and removing its leaders from its control. But a society, whether it is, quote, democratic or overtly totalitarian, cannot function for long in the midst of the citizenry's general indifference, and the total irresponsibility of our great leaders can prove very costly too, as Suez has showed. To take but one example, French Gaullism has been illustrating this point going on 3 years now. But why is this necessarily so? Why does every solution furnished by the ruling class to the problem of society remain partial? Why do such solutions always open up a number of new conflicts? It is because the management of the entirety of modern society is beyond the power and capacities of any particular stratum. It is because such management cannot be put into practice in a coherent fashion if the overwhelming majority of people are reduced to the role of executants, if their capacities for organization, initiative, and creation are systematically repressed by the same society they have been called upon to keep functioning. Bureaucratic capitalism tries to realize on a society-wide scale what already was unrealizable on the shop floor, to treat all the activities of millions of individuals as a mass of objects to be manipulated. When workers in a shop strictly and faithfully carry out the orders that they have been given to them, e.g., quote, working to the rule, quote, working to rule, end quote, production threatens to grind to a halt. When citizens allow themselves to be completely manipulated by propaganda, or behave with the total docility demanded of them by the powers that be, all control and all counterbalance disappear. The field is open to bureaucratic mania and its necessary product, a Hitler, a Stalin, or the Polish bureaucracy, which collapsed on its own in 1956 because when everyone works by merely following its orders, nothing works any longer at all, not even the streetcars. What is theoretically possible in a stagnant, e.g. a slave or feudal society, namely complete behavioral conformity on the part of the exploited to immutable, indisputable, unique norms established, quote, for all time, end quote, is impossible in a society existing in a state of perpetual upheaval. Such a society imposes on both masters and subjects the constant need for them to change, to adapt to ever newer and always unforeseen situations that every day are rendering obsolete the norms, rules, ways of behaving and doing things, techniques, and values of the day before. Caught up in an increasingly accelerated movement, our modern society could not survive for an instant, even if even the humblest of its members did not contribute to its perpetual renewal. By assimilating new techniques and making them humanly practicable, by adapting or inventing different modes of organization, by changing their consumption patterns and lifestyles, and by transforming their ideas in view of the world. By its class structure, however, the society also forbids people from achieving this adaptation and from acting creatively. Bureaucratic capitalism tries to monopolize these functions for the benefit of a minority that is supposed to foresee, define, decide, dictate, and finally to live for everyone else. To live for everyone, not everyone else. Let me read that sentence, I spaced out. Bureaucratic capitalism tries to monopolize these functions for the benefit of a minority that is supposed to foresee, define, decide, dictate, and finally to live for everyone. This is not a philosophical dilemma. We are not saying that bureaucratic capitalism is contrary to human nature. There is no human nature, and someone might say at this point, precisely for this reason, man cannot become an object, and that consequently the bureaucratic capitalist project is utopian. But even this argument remains philosophical and hence abstract. It is precisely because man is not an object and because he practically exhibits an almost infinite plasticity that he could be and actually has been transformed into a quasi-object for long periods of history. In Roman ergastulum, in mines worked by shackled slaves in the galley or in the concentration camp, men have been quasi-objects, certainly not for the philosopher or for the moralist, but for their masters. For philosophy, the slave's gaze and speech will always bear witness to his indestructible humanity. But in the practice of the master, these considerations are of no interest. The slave is subject to the master's will up to the limit of the slave's nature. At this limit, the slave can escape, break in two like a tool, or collapse like a beast of burden. Our point of view, in contrast, is sociological and historical. Modern capitalist society, caught up in an accelerated and irreversible movement of self-transformation, cannot, without the risk of collapse, transform its subjects into quasi-objects, even for a few years. The cancer eating away at this society comes from the fact that, at the same time, it constantly must try to carry out this process of transformation. It is crucial for us to add that capitalism does not fail only in its attempt to, quote, rationalize all of society according to its outlook and its interests. It is just as incapable of, quote, rationalizing relations within the ruling class itself. The bureaucracy wants to present itself as rationality incarnate, but this rationality is but a phantasm. We will not return here to this question, which indeed already has been discussed. Let us recall simply that the bureaucracy assigns itself a task that is in itself impossible, to organize people's lives and activities outside of and against their interests. It thereby not only deprives itself of their collective intervention, which at the same time it is obliged to solicit, but it also nourishes their active opposition. The opposition manifests itself as a refusal to cooperate in practice and as a refusal to tell the bureaucracy what is going on. Consequently, the bureaucracy is reduced to, quote, making plans, end quote, about a real situation of which it is actually ignorant. And even if it did know what was going on, it could not make adequate judgments because its outlook, its methods, its very categories of thought are narrowly limited and ultimately falsified by its situation as an exploiting stratum separated from society. It can only, quote, plan in the past tense, since it sees the future merely as a repetition on a grander scale of what has been, and since it can, quote, dominate the future only by trying to subordinate it to what it already knows. Moreover, this entire set of contradictions is relayed back within the bureaucratic apparatus itself and then reproduced there. In expanding and extending itself, the bureaucracy has to organize its, quote, work by applying its own methods, and hence by creating within the bureaucratic apparatus a division between directors and executants that gives rise within the apparatus to the same contradiction that characterizes the apparatus's relation with society. Far from being able to unify itself, therefore, the bureaucracy becomes deeply divided within itself. This division is aggravated by the fact that the bureaucratic apparatus, too, is necessarily hierarchical, that the fate of individuals depends on whether they are promoted, and that in a dynamic society there is no and can be no, quote, rational, end quote, basis for settling the problems of how to promote individuals and how to determine their position within the hierarchical apparatus. The struggle of all against all within the apparatus culminates in the formation of cliques and clans whose activity essentially alters the functioning of the apparatus and destroys its last pretensions to rationality. Information within the apparatus necessarily is hidden, distorted, or withheld. The apparatus can function only by laying down fixed and rigid rules that are periodically outdistanced by reality. As often as not, any revision of the rules means the onset of another crisis. The factors that determine that bureaucratic capitalism will fail in its attempt to organize society totally in its interests are therefore neither accidental nor transient. They arise from the very existence of the capitalist system. They express its most deep-seated structures, the contradictory character of the fundamental capitalist relation, the permanent challenge laid down by the class struggle, the reproduction of conflicts even within the interior of the bureaucratic apparatus, and its position of externality in relation to the reality it is supposed to be managing. This is why these factors cannot be eliminated by any, quote, reform of the system. Reforms not only leave the contradictory structure of the system intact, reforms in fact aggravate the expression of this contradictory structure, since every reform implies a bureaucracy to manage that reform. Reformism is not utopian, as Marxists once believed, because economic laws prevent any alteration in the way the social product is distributed, which is not the case. It is utopian because it is always and by definition bureaucratic. The limited changes reformers try to introduce not only never affect the fundamental capitalist relation, they must be administered by separate groups and ad hoc institutions that are automatically separate from and opposed to the masses. In this sense, modern capitalism itself is reformist. All, quote, working class, end quote, reformism can serve only as capitalism's collaborator in the realization of the latter's innermost tendencies. The crises of bureaucratic capitalism. Granted that capitalism is incapable of overcoming its fundamental contradiction, can capitalism nevertheless succeed in organizing modern society, quote, from the outside, end quote? So this society can evolve without shocks, jolts, or crises. Do bureaucratic supervision and totalitarianism succeed in ensuring a coherent operation of society? Coherent from the point of view of the exploiters. We need only look at the reality around us to see that there is nothing of the sort. Infinitely more aware of the problems confronting it and infinitely richer in the means it has at its disposal than a century ago, capitalist policy always fails when it has to cope with modern social reality. This failure is expressed in a permanent fashion by the tremendous waste characteristic of contemporary societies, even from the point of view of the ruling classes. Their plans never work more than halfway, so to speak. They never can actually dominate the course of social life. But this failure also is expressed periodically in crises of the established society that capitalism has not succeeded and cannot succeed in eliminating. By, quote, crises, we do not mean, or do not only mean, economic crises, but also periods of social life where any kind of event, whether economic, political, social, or international, significantly upsets the current functioning of society, temporarily incapacitates existing institutions and mechanisms, and prevents them from immediately reestablishing equilibrium. In this case, crises, whatever their origin, are inherent in the very nature of the capitalist system. They express its fundamental irrationality and incoherence. It is one thing to say that henceforth capitalism is able to contain economic fluctuations within narrow limits, and that therefore these fluctuations lose much of their previous importance. It is another thing, and infinitely far removed from this first statement, to say that capitalism has become capable of assuring coherent social development from its own point of view, without shocks or explosions. The sheer size and complexity of present-day social life, and above all the permanent transformations it has undergone, make it impossible for, quote, natural lulls, or people's spontaneous reactions to assure the current functioning of society. Such a coherent functioning of society was not a problem during previous stages of history. It now becomes a task that must be assured by ad hoc institutions and activities. The continuous upheavals brought on by technical change and modifications of economic and social relations, the need to coordinate previously unrelated sectors of activity, the growing interdependence of differing peoples, industries, and events mean that new problems are constantly cropping up or that previously applied solutions no longer work. The objective situation thus enjoins the ruling class to organize a coherent social response to these questions. Now, for reasons we have already provided, which relate both to the class structure of society and to its own alienation as an exploiting class, there is no guarantee that it will be up to accomplishing this task. Half the time, so to speak, the ruling class is incapable of doing so. Whenever this happens, a crisis in the strict sense of the term, whether economic, political, international, or of another sort, breaks out. Each particular crisis, therefore, can appear as, quote, an accident, end quote. But in such a system, the existence of accidents of this sort, as well as their periodic, though not, quote, regular, end quote, repetition, are absolutely necessary. The crisis may be a recession more prolonged than usual, or the Algerian War. It may be blacks no longer being willing to put up with the racial discrimination American capitalism is incapable of doing away with. It may be that the Belgian coalfields suddenly stop being profitable one day, and that as a consequence it is decided simply to wipe the Bornéage and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants off the economic map. Or it may be that Belgium's government, in order to rationalize its finances, creates all on its own a month-long general strike of 1 million workers. It may be that in East Germany, Poland, or Hungary, at a moment when class tensions are already at their height and when the cracks in the edifice of power are becoming visible for all to see, the bureaucracy can do nothing better than light the fuses of opposition and revolt through acts of provocation. The capitalist system is not only not immune from such, quote, accidents, end quote. One way or another, it inevitably tends to produce them. At such moments, the profound irrationality of the system explodes, the cohesiveness of the social fabric is shredded, and the problem of the overall organization of society is objectively posed. If the need for a reorganization of society is explicitly posed at the same time in the consciousness of if the need for a reorganization of society is explicitly posed at the same time in the consciousness of the working masses, their conscious intervention can transform this accident into social revolution. After all, has always been in this fashion that revolutions have taken place in history, whether this be in the history of capitalism or some previous system of rule. Revolutions have not broken out at the moment when an imaginary, quote, dynamic of objective conditions, end quote, reaches the point of paroxysm. Section 7. The present stage of the class struggle and the ripening of the conditions for socialism. Capitalism, whether private or bureaucratic, will inevitably continue to produce crises, even if they will no longer be in the form of economic depressions and even if no one can predict their periodic recurrence. We need only look at the fetid, swampy jungle in which the leaders of this society thrash about debating each other. Whether they call themselves de Gaulle or Kennedy, Khrushchev or Macmillan, their impotence and the sheer stupidity of their responses whenever a really big problem arises are there for all to see. We need only recall the crises, upheavals, tensions, and breakdowns, which have been as full or fuller during the last 15 years than in any other period in history, in order to convince ourselves that the edifice of this exploitative society remains as fragile and shaky as ever. But this discovery does not suffice by itself as a basis for a revolutionary perspective. In France, for the past 4 years, one often could say that power lay in the street. But in the street, there was no one to grab it up except car drivers trying to get out of traffic jams. In 1945, German capitalism had absolutely collapsed. A few years later, it had become the most, quote, flourishing, end quote, capitalist country in the Western world. A social crisis is, by its essence, a brief period of transition. If the masses do not intervene during this phase in which established society becomes dislocated, if they do not find in themselves the strength and awareness necessary to institute a new organization of society, the old ruling strata or other social formations will recover their balance or emerge to impose their orientation on society. Society abhors a vacuum. For life to continue, some kind of, quote, order, end quote, must be established. In the absence of mass action opening up the possibility of a revolutionary outcome to a crisis, life will resume under the old model, more or less amend according to circumstances and to the exploiter's needs of domination. The evolution of Poland after 1956 offers one more illustration of this process. Lenin expressed this by saying that a revolution takes place when those above no longer can cope with the situation and those below will no longer tolerate it. But the experience of defeated revolutions and movements over the past 40 years shows that as far as the socialist revolution is concerned, these conditions are not sufficient. We must add, quote, when those below will no longer tolerate and know, too, more or less what they want instead, end quote. It is not enough for the system of exploitation to be in a state of crisis for the population to get mixed up in the matter. The conscious intervention of the masses is required. Yeah, I'm sorry for yawning so much. It's sleepy, I guess. They must use their capacities for defining socialist objectives and orienting themselves in an infinitely complex situation so that they can realize these objectives. Numerous examples have shown this, the most recent being the Belgian general strike of 1961. In speaking of consciousness in this context, we do not mean a theoretical consciousness, a clear and precise system of ideas existing before practice. The consciousness of the working masses develops in and through action. A revolution, as a matter of fact, is a phase of genetic mutation in history. But this eminently practical consciousness of the revolutionary masses does not arise out of nothing. In some fashion, its premises have to have been laid down during the preceding period. The problem to which we must respond is this: do the conditions for socialist consciousness among the proletariat still obtain under modern capitalism? The present stage of the class struggle. There is only one way to answer this question. It is to examine the actions and behavior of workers in modern capitalist countries and to analyze the present stage of the class struggle. What such an analysis immediately reveals is the extreme contrast between the behavior of the proletariat in production and its attitude outside production when faced with politics and society in general. Take a country like England. As we have already said, there has been, quote, full employment, end quote, there since the war. Real wages have increased on average by 2 to 2.5% per year. Social Security provides much better coverage than in France. More than 4 million housing units have been built in the past 15 years. Nevertheless, to the despair of English capitalists and to the greater bewilderment of industrial sociologists and psychologists, working-class struggles have lost none of their former intensity or depth. On the contrary, we will publish in the future a special study on this question. For the moment, let us summarize the most important characteristics of these struggles and of the behavior of the English proletariat. 1. The organization of struggles and of the workers. There are, quote, official, end quote, strikes. That is to say, ones set in motion by the decision of, or with the agreement of, the union leadership. For even these strikes, the initiative usually belongs to the workers and to their shop stewards, who decide to strike and then obtain the union's approval. Strikes that are really decided upon by the union leadership, the great battles involving an entire corporation, are rather rare. More and more often we are seeing, quote, unofficial, unquote, strikes, ones that have not received the leadership's approval or that take place against its formal opposition. Despite being unofficial, these strikes are not unorganized. Far from it. A large role in organizing such strikes is played by the shop stewards, as indeed also is the case in all of working-class life in the workplace. Unofficial strikes, as well as almost all, quote, official strikes, are limited to a single factory. They are always decided upon by general assemblies of the affected workers, and they are never ended unless a general meeting of strikers decides so by a vote. These shop stewards do not resemble the French délégués ateliers, who are either tools of the trade union bureaucracy or its hostages. Instead, these shop stewards are authentic representatives of the workers. These shop stewards are elected from the shop floor and are subject to recall. Though they are union members like everyone else in England, the shop stewards do not necessarily accept the union's directives. Very often they oppose such orders. There are no examples of stewards elected by the workers who have been refused their credentials, which establish their status with their employers by the union. The shop stewards are organized autonomously from the unions, and for good reason, since in England there are still only craft unions and no industrial unions. Workers from one factory can easily belong to 30 different unions, a peculiarity, no doubt, that has favored a certain independence on the part of the shop stewards in relation to the unions. The shop stewards in each factory meet regularly, generally weekly. Their committees have their own activities and resources coming from workers' contributions, lotteries, etc. There also are shop steward committees bringing together the stewards from all the companies of a given district, as well as national committees organized industry by industry. 2. Demands. It can be shown statistically that strictly economic demands account for a decreasing proportion of strikes. The kinds of demands that more and more are the basis of strikes today concern conditions of production in the most general sense. Coffee breaks, time study issues and speed-ups, repercussions for alterations in machinery and production methods, etc. Questions of hiring and firing, quite often solidarity with other striking workers set off strikes. 3. Combativity and solidarity of the workers. There hardly ever is a strike without a picket line. Frequently, when one category of workers in a factory goes out on strike, other groups or even the entire workforce go out with them to show support. Goods leaving a truck Goods leaving a struck factory or the materials or parts that are supposed to be transported there are declared, quote, black. This is tantamount to a prohibition for workers in other factories to use them or for trucks to handle them. There are always large solidarity collections taken up by other factories in the area. 4. General atmosphere. It is impossible to convey in a schematic summary the climate of struggle and just plain factory life that emerges from the detailed descriptions and stories provided by our English comrades. Complete solidarity among the workers manifests itself non-stop. A virtually permanent challenge to the power of management and foreman is born out of 1,000 events in the everyday life of the factory. These features, which are on the whole apply for all English industry, appear most clearly in a certain very large but quite varying sectors of industry, mining, automobile manufacturing, and the engineering industries, generally, shipyard, dock, and transport workers, among others. We are not saying that the situation in this regard is identical to at all times in every English factory. But the features summarized here define the typical tendencies of the most highly developed form of class struggle in a modern capitalist society. This conclusion is corroborated by what is happening in the United States. This situation, however, does not prevent the English proletariat or the Scandinavian proletariat or even the American proletariat from being completely inactive in politics. One could argue that by supporting a Labour or Social Democratic Party, English workers, like Swedish, Danish, or Norwegian workers, are voicing essentially reformist political aspirations that coincide with the policies of these parties. But that is a very superficial view. One cannot consider as two isolated and unrelated facts that these very same English workers who were so, quote, bloody-minded, end quote, with the boss and so active as a social group in the workplace, have as their sole political activity to vote Labour once every 5 years during a general election. When one looks at the Labour Party, one realizes that its theoretical or real program in no way differs radically from that of the Tories, and one sees that for the past 10 years it would have acted exactly the same as its conservative counterpart. When one knows that the conservative parties in Scandinavia, if they were returned to power, would be neither able nor willing to change any of the reforms carried out by Swedish or Norwegian reformist parties that have been in power for 16 years or more, one is obliged to provide some other explanation for the workers' electoral support in these countries. Such votes are votes cast for the, quote, lesser evil. The meaning of this voting behavior becomes clear in light of the total indifference manifested by the population in general and the working class in particular with regard to political parties and their, quote, activity, up to and including during elections. People still bother to put their ballots in a box, but they hardly ever attend political meetings, still less take part in electoral campaigns. There's nothing fundamentally unacceptable to capitalism in the labor program or in the power held by Scandinavian socialist parties. Contemporary reformism is just another way of managing capitalism and, in the end, of preserving capitalism. When one considers this state of affairs, the meaning of the political attitude of workers in modern countries appears in a clear light. The proletariat no longer expresses itself as a class on the political plane. It no longer expresses a will to transform or even to orient society in its own direction. On the terrain of politics, it acts at the very most as just another, quote, pressure group, end quote. The crisis of socialization. This disappearance of political activity, and more generally what we have called, quote, privatization, end quote, is not peculiar to the working class. Privatization is a general phenomenon that can be found among all categories of the population. It gives expression to the profound crisis contemporary society is undergoing. As the flip side of the bureaucratic coin, it is a manifestation of the agony of social and political institutions that have rejected the population, are now rejected by the population. It is the sign of people's impotence before the enormous social machinery they have created that they no longer can understand or exert control over. Thus, it is the radical condemnation of this machinery. It expresses the decomposition of values, of social significations, and of communities. In production, we see the contradiction between the extremely collectivized nature of work, the growing interdependence of the workers' productive activities on the one hand, and the organization of work by a bureaucracy that treats each worker as an isolated unit separated from all others on the other hand. Similarly, on the scale of society, we see today pushed to its limits the contradiction between the total socialization of individuals, their extreme dependence on national and world society on the one hand, and the atomization of life, the impossibility of integrating individuals beyond the close circle of the family, which indeed is itself also disintegrating more and more. The difference, and it is an immense difference, is that in production the workers constantly try to find a positive outcome to this contradiction. In fighting both the bureaucratic organization of work and the atomization it subjects them to, they set up informal groups for both work and struggle. As torn, conflict-ridden, constantly threatened, repeatedly broken up, and just as often put back together as it is, the shop floor or factory community of workers always exists as a tendency that capitalism does not succeed in destroying, either as class activity or in terms of the positive socialization of the workers on the level of production. At the point of production, class action and the positive socialization of the workers are constantly being sustained by the very structure of capitalism. The way the system is structured obliges the worker to fight against the externally imposed organization of work, both to protect himself and to succeed in producing anything at all. The resulting struggle constantly nourishes the socialization process, which in turn reinforces this struggle. And all of capitalism's efforts, including hierarchization, selective personnel policies, unfair discrimination, periodic disruptions of work teams, and so on, do not and never will succeed in taming either process. On the contrary, the modernization of capitalism can only intensify this struggle at the point of production, but gives it a deeper meaning. On the contrary, the modernization of capitalism not only intensifies this struggle at the point of production, but gives it a deeper content. First, the evolution of technique and the organization of production raise ever more sharply the problem of man's actual participation in his work. The second, as other problems that used to preoccupy the working class begin to lose their previously vital importance, and as recurrence to the blackmail of hunger and unemployment becomes impossible, the question of the worker's fate in the production process becomes the vital question. When one is hungry and thousands of unemployed workers are at the gate, one will accept any work and any kind of factory regime. Now things have changed. As we saw in the case of England, the workers' struggle ceases, then, to be a narrowly economic struggle. It now takes aim against the enslavement and alienation of the worker qua producer, his enslavement to the enterprise's management, and his dependence on the fluctuations of the labor market. Whatever may be the quote explicit awareness end quote of English workers, their actual behavior in daily factory life, as well as during quote unofficial end quote strikes, implicitly raises the following question: who is master in the enterprise? Thus, it also raises, even if it is in an embryonic and fragmentary way, the whole problem of the management of production. At the point of production, the working class appears to act in a unified and coherent fashion. Out of itself, and with the aid of the shop stewards, there arises a form of organization embodying proletarian democracy and effectiveness. But nothing similar exists on the social plane. This crisis of capitalism has reached the stage where it becomes a crisis of socialization as such. And this crisis affects the proletariat as much as other strata of the population. Collective methods of action, whatever they may be, are emptied of their content and collapse. Nothing but their bureaucratic carcasses remain. This is true not only of political activities and other kinds that aim at a precise goal, it is equally true of disinterested activities. For instance, popular festivals, a creation of humanity from time immemorial, tend to disappear as a social phenomenon in modern societies. They now survive only as spectacle, a physical conglomeration of individuals no longer positively communicating with each other, but merely coexisting through their anonymous and passive juxtaposed relations. In such events, only one pole of people is active nowadays. Its function is to make the event, quote, live, end quote, for the others, who are just onlookers. The show, a performance by a specialized individual or group before an impersonal and transitory public, thus becomes the model for contemporary socialization. Each person is passive in relation to the community and no longer perceives the other as a possible subject of exchange, communication, and cooperation, but only as inert body limiting his own movements. It was in no way accidental that observers of the Belgian strikes in Wallonia in January 1961 were so struck by the genuinely festive appearance of the country and the people in their conduct. Despite being in a state of need and despite the difficult struggle they were in the midst of, they overcame tremendous physical and material difficulties by resurrecting a real society, a true community, and through the fact that each positively existed for the others. Henceforth, only amid eruptions of class struggle can what is completely dead in instituted society be revived, namely a passion shared by people that becomes a source of action rather than passivity, emotions that do not send them back into isolation and a state of stupor, but rather toward a community that acts to transform what currently exists. The disappearance of political activity among workers is both the result of and the condition for the evolution of capitalism as we have described it here. By transforming capitalism, the labor movement was in turn transformed by capitalism. Working class organizations have been integrated into the system of established institutions. At the same time, their very substance had been assimilated by this system. Their objectives, their methods of action, their organizational forms, and their relations with the workers are being modeled to an increasing degree on capitalist prototypes. Without being able to go into an analysis here of this historical process, we are trying to show how, in a perpetually renewed fashion, its results today condition the workers' retreat from political activity. The bureaucratization of labor organizations drives the workers away from collective action. This begins when the workers agree to follow a stable body of leaders and to delegate their power to this body on a permanent basis. It culminates in the constitution of bureaucratic strata within political and trade union organizations. Managing these organizations, like a capitalist managerial apparatus manages a factory or a state, These strata soon find themselves face to face with the same contradiction: how to obtain people's participation while at the same time excluding them. This insoluble contradiction produces much more devastating effects here than those that obtain in production, for in order to live one must eat, but one does not have to get involved in politics. Moreover, this helps explain why the workers' retreat is less extensive in relation to the unions than in relation to political parties. Trade unions can still appear to have some relation to one's daily bread. This is the result one gets when the union's form of organization, methods of action, and relations with the workers become bureaucratized. But the effects leading to what is properly called ideological degeneration are just as important. There no longer is any revolutionary ideology or even simply a working class ideology present on a society-wide scale, i.e., not just cultivated in a few sects. What, quote, working class, end quote, organizations propose when they propose anything at all besides electoral and legislative maneuvers does not differ essentially from what capitalism itself proposes, initially partially achieves, and in any case tolerates. These proposals, increases in material consumption and quote, leisure, end quote, emptied of all content, hierarchy and merit promotions, elimination of superficial, quote, irrationalities, end quote, in the organization of society, all derived from essentially capitalist values. The labor movement had begun in a radically different way, even though it did not completely eschew partial objectives at the start. It had begun as a project and a promise of radical transformation in the relations between people, of an instauration of equality and mutual recognition, the abolition of bosses, of real freedom. All this has now disappeared, even as demagogy. Quote, working class, end quote, organizations claim that if they were in power, they would increase production and consumption more rapidly, would reduce the length of the working day, and would extend the present type of education to more people. In short, they claim they would be able to achieve capitalist objectives better and more quickly than capitalism itself. Russian production is increasing more rapidly than American production. Russian Sputniks are bigger and go farther than American Sputniks, so there you are. We are not saying that workers retain in their hearts a pure and unchanging image of socialist society, compare it with the program of the SFIO or the French Communist Party, and then conclude that they no longer want to support these parties. To a very large degree, capitalist goals and objectives have penetrated into the proletariat. But, and this is the real point, the achievement of these objectives does not require the activity of the participation of the workers any more than what a bourgeois party asks of its supporters. Electoral support suffices, and inversely, these, quote, working class, end quote, parties and organizations cannot get from people anything more than participation on the electoral level. Thus we have in the workers' political apathy the convergence of two processes, alienation and oppression in production as always, or rather like never before. The working class struggles against its condition and challenges the capitalist management's domination of the enterprise. But it no longer succeeds in extending this struggle into the social level, for it no longer encounters any organization, any ideas, any perspectives distinct from the infamy of capitalism, any movement that symbolizes the hope of new relations among people. It is therefore natural that it turns toward private compensations and solutions. In doing so, it encounters a capitalist system that lends itself more and more to such compensations. As we have seen, it is indeed not accidental, and that amid this general collapse of values, the sole remaining value is the, quote, private, end quote, value par excellence, that of consumption, nor that capitalism frenetically exploits this situation. Thus it is that, with relative job security, an increasing, quote, standard of living, end quote, and the illusion or the slim chance of promotion, workers, like other individuals, try to manufacture a meaning for their lives out of consumption and leisure pursuits. The real conditions for a socialist revolution
This is the stage that the class struggle in modern societies is now reached. The question to which we must now respond is the following. Does this situation cripple or does it corroborate the revolutionary perspective? Using the traditional terminology, does modern capitalism continue to produce the conditions for a socialist revolution, or does it not? The modern revolutionary movement is not a movement for moral reform that, in addressing the inner and external nature of man, calls upon him to bring about a better world. Since Marx, and in this respect every revolutionary worthy of the name will always remain a Marxist, it has been a movement based upon an analysis of history and society that shows that the struggle of a class of people in capitalist society, the working class, can attain its objective only by abolishing this society and, with it, its classes, and by instaurating a new society that suppresses exploitation and demands social alienation. The question of socialism can truly be raised only in a capitalist society, and it will be resolved only in terms of a development that takes place in this society. But within Marxism, this key idea very quickly was obscured and then buried under a mythology of, quote, objective conditions of the socialist revolution, end quote. It is this mythology that must be destroyed. The, quote, ripening of the objective conditions for socialism, end quote. One second. The, quote, ripening of the objective conditions for socialism, end quote, traditionally was seen in terms of a sufficient degree of development of the material forces of production. This was the case because, quote, no social order ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, end quote. Karl Marx, Preface to the Critique of Political Economy. Because socialism cannot be built upon a base of material poverty, because finally, through the development of the forces of production, the, quote, objective, end quote, contradictions of the capitalist economy would be brought to the point of paroxysm, bringing with them either a collapse or a permanent crisis in the system. These kinds of considerations and the methodology producing them must be radically eliminated. There is no level of development of production beneath which the socialist revolution will be doomed to failure or beyond which it would be assured of success. However elevated it may become, the level of the productive forces will never guarantee that a socialist revolution will not degenerate if the general factor is missing, namely the permanent and total activity of the proletariat aimed at transforming social life. Who is foolish enough to assert that the socialist revolution is 3 times riper in the United States than in Western Europe because per capita production is 3 times higher there? If it is beyond dispute that socialism cannot be built upon poverty, it also must be understood that a society based upon exploitation will never create sufficient abundance to abolish or even to attenuate the antagonisms between individuals and groups. The same mechanistic mentality that holds that there is a set level of consumption for the worker in capitalist society also makes one believe that there is a definable saturation point for human needs and that, quote, the war of all against all, end quote, would be lessened as one approaches this point. But as capitalism develops, new needs also necessarily develop, and antagonisms over material needs are incomparably greater in modern society than in a primitive African village. It is not the existence of a greater or lesser abundance of material needs, but rather a different attitude among the proletariat toward the problem of consumption that allows the proletariat to go beyond this antagonism. And this different attitude emerges every time the proletariat enters into action to transform society. For this is but one of the aspects of the rupture with the previous order of things.
We must equally eliminate the idea that the ripening of the conditions for socialism consists of a quote increase, end quote, or a quote intensification, end quote, in the objective contradictions of capitalism, i.e., those that are independent of class action or inevitably determinative of this action. We have shown in the first part of this text that any economic dynamic based upon, quote, objective contradictions, end quote, is imaginary. Let us add that, from the point of view of the revolutionary perspective, it is also superfluous. Such ridiculous expressions as, quote, constantly growing contradictions, end quote, and, quote, ever deeper crises, end quote, ought to be relegated to the record library of Stalinist incantations. Contradictions cannot be growing because contradictions are not pumpkins. It is hard to imagine any, quote, deeper, end quote, crises than those that affected the United States and Europe in 1933 or Germany and all of continental Europe in 1945. Established society was then totally dislocated. What would such a, quote, deeper crisis, end quote, in the future consist of? A return to cannibalism? The question is not whether, quote, ever deeper crises, end quote, will take place in the future. Crises that were as deep as possible have occurred and will continue to occur as long as capitalism endures. The question is whether the key factor, namely the proletariat's conscious intervention, whose absence in the past has prevented a revolutionary transformation of these crises, will someday take place, and if so, why? There is only one condition for socialism, and it is neither, quote, objective nor, quote, subjective, but historical. It is the existence of the proletariat as a class that, in its struggle, develops itself as the bearer of a socialist project. We do not mean by this that capitalism remains the same in relation to revolutionary possibilities inherent in it. We are not saying that its, quote, objective, end quote, evolution does not matter, since it will produce crises no matter what. Nor are we saying that today in 1961 as in 1871 the question remains the same. Will the proletariat be capable of intervening and carrying through its project to the end? This timeless view, this analysis of revolutionary essences, has nothing to do with what we are saying. The first and foremost reason for this is that there is no revolution without the proletariat, and the proletariat is a product of capitalist development. It is the very movement of capitalism that, in proletarianizing society, broadens, and here we are speaking quantitatively, the basis of the socialist revolution. In other words, the reason is that it multiplies the numbers of compartmentalized and exploited and alienated wage earners and ultimately makes them into the majority of capitalist society. Second, the way in which this exploitative system is lived and criticized by a proletarian, even if he is an office worker and even if he enjoys a rising standard of living, is radically different from the way a poor peasant has experienced and criticized this system. Early capitalism often condemned the poor peasant to die of hunger, but this did not move him any closer to socialism. To the extent that he experiences exploitation and oppression in his work, the modern wage earner in a large company, on the other hand, can only conclude from this experience that there needs to be a socialist reorganization of production and of society. Between the impoverished peasant and socialism, there is, so to speak, an infinity of false solutions. Between the modern wage earner and socialism, none outside of individual solutions, which are not class solutions. From the Russian proletariat in 1917, the peasantry was an immense battering ram whose weight permitted the working class to bring down Tsarism. But this very weight later on greatly hindered the course of the revolution. There is no common standard of measurement in this respect between the Russia of 1917 and the American, European, or Russian situation today, precisely because the evolution of capitalism has created in these societies a huge majority who are wage earners. For them, when they break out of their inactivity, only socialist solutions will appear possible. The proletariat alone is a revolutionary class, since for it alone the central problem of socialism, man's fate in production, is posed in terms of its everyday existence. Finally, capitalist concentration provides the framework for a collective organization of society, and its evolution continually refers people back to the problem of its overall organization. By its objective structure, present-day capitalism shows each person, in his work and in his life, that the problem is that of abolishing alienation and the division between directors and executants. It also makes them see immediately that the problem of society is of the very same nature, precisely because it tends to transform society into one huge bureaucratic enterprise. The more the bureaucratic way of organizing capitalism spreads throughout society and covers it, the more all conflict tends to be modeled on the fundamental contradiction of the system. People's experience of modern society tends to become unified and become part of the same conflict, lived by everyone everywhere as their daily fate. The very development of capitalism demolishes the, quote, objective, end quote, foundations for the existence of a ruling class. Both on the technical level, the entire planning bureaucracy already can be replaced by electronic calculators, and on the social level by unveiling the inherently negative role of the rulers in the eyes of the ruled. Capitalism gives birth to an exigency for a rational management of society that it constantly counters in its actions. In this way, capitalism increasingly is providing the elements for future socialist solutions. On the other hand, we are saying that none of these factors has a positive signification by itself, independently of people's actions, for they are all contradictory or ambiguous as you wish. The proletarianization of society is accompanied by society's hierarchization. This does not mean, as Marx believed, that a handful of super-capitalists will one day find themselves isolated in a sea of proletarians. Technical progress, which could provide a revolutionary power with immense opportunities, meanwhile has been furnishing capitalists with the means of violence or subtle control over society surpassing anything one previously could have imagined. The spread of technological know-how goes hand in hand with what Philippe Guillaume has called a terrifying neo-illiteracy. The development of capitalism also is, as we have said at length, the development of consumerism that has appeared to the exploited for an entire period of time as an alternative solution. The crisis of values renders capitalist society almost ungovernable, but in this crisis the values, ideas, and organizations to which the proletariat gave birth are also caught up. In brief, a victorious revolution took place in Russia in 1917. None have taken place since then in much more highly advanced countries. The revolutionaries do not possess any capital deposited in the bank of history that accumulates at compound interest. If there is then a ripening of the conditions for socialism, it never can be a ripening of, quote, objective conditions, end quote. For purely objective conditions do not, by themselves, have any definite signification. Such a ripening can only be a progression of another kind, and this progression can be discovered when one looks at the succession of working-class revolutions. It is the upward curve that connects the high points of proletarian action from 1848 to 1871 to 1917 to 1956. What was in 1848 in Paris a vague demand for economic and social equality became in Russia in 1917 the expropriation of the capitalists, and this negative and still indeterminate objective was clarified through subsequent experience and then replaced during the Hungarian Revolution in 1956 with the positive demand that the producers have dominance over the production process, i.e., the demand for workers' management. The form of class power becomes more precise from the Commune of 1871 to the Soviets of 1917, and from these Soviets to the network of factory councils of 1956. There is, therefore, a process of development that, though certainly interrupted and contradictory, has been positive. This process is not, quote, objective, end quote, in the sense that it is nothing but the development of the embodied meaning of working class action. But neither is it a merely, quote, subjective, end quote, process of training and educating workers through the vicissitudes of their actions. There is no experience that, in any real sense, becomes embedded or sedimented in the working class. There is no memory of the proletariat, since there is no, quote, consciousness of the proletariat, end quote, except as a metaphorical expression. And even among individual workers during the lulls between two phases of revolutionary activity, most of the time one would seek in vain for a clear memory of events, for a conscious elaboration of ideas, or for the beginnings of a new definition of objectives and means. Generally speaking, one finds only confusion, apathy, and often even the resurgence of reactionary ideas. How then does this progress occur? In part, certainly through a kind of apprenticeship or a conscious experience among certain elements whose role we certainly do not want to minimize, since it is, after all, they who are revolutionaries. But this experience of a, quote, vanguard, end quote, will play the role of a catalyst at the beginning of a new phase of working class activity, would have no effect if at the same time the working class masses did not themselves become in some way sharper and more ready. Were it only a matter of accepting new conclusions, and if they did not prepare themselves for a new and higher phase of activity. What does such preparation mean? It means that in the meantime the proletariat, through its previous revolutionary action or its everyday activity, has transformed society and therefore also the terms of the problem. At each instant, the experience of the proletariat is formed out of contemporary reality and not out of the, quote, lessons of the past, end quote. But present reality contains within it the results of past action, for it is nothing other than the product of preceding stages of the class struggle. As part of the reality to be transformed in its present-day situation, the proletariat finds deposited both some partially realized objectives and others that, in the process of being realized, have changed their meaning. These are the victories and defeats, the truths and errors of yesterday. In transforming reality through its never-ending action, whether such action is hidden or brilliantly there for all to see, the proletariat at the same time transforms the conditions for its subsequent coming to awareness. It, so to speak, obliges itself to carry the struggle to a higher level during the next stage. This dialectic, which is immanent within the class struggle, is not due to any kind of magic, nor does it express a pre-established harmony, nor does it even prove that communism has been assigned as the goal of human history by a revolutionary providence. It simply means that, as long as the solutions the proletariat seeks to its problems are, quote, false and, quote, partial or inadequate, the problem remains in its entirety, and every new attempt to resolve it has to begin by combating what the old solutions have become in practice. The proletariat can try to improve its conditions through reformism as soon as reforms are achieved, as in contemporary society, and if it resumes its struggle, it can only go beyond them and combat them, since reformism has become an integral part of the reality to be destroyed. The proletariat can try to liberate itself by putting some party, i.e., ultimately a bureaucracy, in power. The very realization of this solution will lead the workers to surpass it and combat it as they did in 1956, for they will see in this bureaucracy another form of capitalist power. As long as society remains based upon exploitation, the tension perpetually maintained between the objective of man's liberation and the transitory forms in which workers, through their action, believe they could vest their hopes for its realization, will drive history forward. The ripening of conditions for socialism is thus accumulation of objective conditions for an adequate consciousness. This accumulation is itself the product of the action of the proletariat, and this process is neither, quote, objective, end quote, nor, quote, subjective, end quote. It is historical. The subjective exists only inasmuch as it modifies the objective, and the objective has no other signification than what the actions of the subjective confer upon the objective in a given context and connection. We see in this process an elimination of false solutions, provided we understand that this process of elimination is not mental but real, and that the process is not a random one where, among an infinity of false solutions, first one, then another, and then another are haphazardly tried and then eliminated. The attempts at a solution are objectively connected, since they are attempts at solving the same problem in the same historical context. They are also subjectively connected, since it is the same class that is seeking to solve them. Second, there is an infinity of false solutions. Not everything is possible. Modern society provides a framework. Finally, there is one true solution. This last statement differentiates the revolutionary from the philosopher of history. The revolutionary perspective today. The question we must ask ourselves is this: does this ripening of the conditions for socialism, does this dialectical progression continue in the present era? To answer this question, let us summarize our views by looking at three main areas: production and workers' management, bureaucracy and politics, values and the standard of living. 1. We have already shown that present conditions make workers see that their daily and immediate problems are themselves the central problem of socialism. Work and the way it is organized, man's role in the production process, and people's work relations. In short, the question of the management and goals of work. The growing importance of struggles over living and working conditions in the factory, which we describe in the case of England, as well as the demands for workers' management and the abolition of work norms put forth by the Hungarian Workers' Councils in 1956, attest to the fact that this is no theoretical extrapolation. It is a real progression that has been conditioned by the bureaucracies coming to power in Hungary and the partial, quote, satisfaction, end quote, of narrowly economic demands and the achievement of full employment in England and the United States. 2. That the bureaucracies coming to power in the East would give the workers a real experience of the nature of the bureaucracy, and that this experience would sooner or later lead it to revolutionary conclusions, have been for us key ideas from the very beginning. In Eastern countries, the, quote, working class, end quote, bureaucracy has become the ruling class. Consequently, the experience the proletariat has had of, quote, its, end quote, bureaucracy is immediately and directly an experience of its character as an exploiting class. In Western countries, insofar as, quote, working class and, quote, organizations still have not been completely integrated into and identified with the system of exploitation, their bureaucratization brings in its wake an experience of the bureaucracy as a, quote, political or trade union leadership, bracket direction, end bracket, end quote. As a result, the workers tend to withdraw from politics. But this experience today is taking on a new character. What we have called privatization is an expression of an experience of bureaucratic politics, but this experience no longer concerns just the content of politics. The very form of traditional politics, its existence as such, is being put into question. After experiencing reformism, some workers went to the Third International, and after experiencing Stalinism, some workers passed over to Trotskyism. By doing so, they were criticizing and going beyond a certain kind of politics as they tried to replace it with another. But the working class today rejects political activity as such, independently of its content. There is no simple meaning for this phenomenon. Undoubtedly, it signifies a withdrawal, a temporary inability to confront the problem of society. As such, it is anything but positive, but there is something more and different than just this. The rejection of politics as it exists today is, in a certain fashion, the wholesale rejection of present-day society. What is being rejected is the content of all, quote, programs, because all these programs, whether conservative, reformist, or, quote, communist, merely represent different variations of the same type of society. Also being rejected, moreover, is every type of activity represented by traditional politics. Politics as it is practiced by traditional organizations consists of a separate set of activities carried out by specialists who are cut off from the preoccupations of ordinary people. Such activities are a tissue of lies and manipulation, a grotesque farce that often ends in tragedy. Today, depoliticization is a criticism of the separation of politics from life, of the artificial mode of existence of parties, and of the selfish motivations of politicians just as much as it is indifference. It is directed against the ineffectiveness and the gratuitousness of present-day politics as well as its transformation into a specialized profession. It therefore implicitly contains a new exigency that political activity should be about what really matters in life, that new methods of action should be sought and applied, the new relations between people should find expression in their political organizing. 3. We have already discussed the factors that have led to a, quote, rising standard of living, end quote, and we have described how consumption has become a compensatory solution for a working class that for the time being does not see or is incapable of creating a social solution to its true problems. But this, quote, rising standard of living, end quote, carries the seeds of its own destruction, and its destruction will pose, and already does pose, the whole problem of the value and meaning of human life. First of all, the, quote, rising standard of living, end quote, has no limits. It becomes an endless race after, quote, more, end quote, newer, end quote, things. Ultimately, however, it will serve as its own condemnation. There is always another, quote, more, end quote, beyond the last one. The religion of the new, too, will have to become outdated sooner or later according to its own premises. Second, the expansion of consumption under capitalism creates flagrant contradictions on both the individual and social levels. The worker falls asleep in front of the television, exhausted after all the overtime he put in to buy the set. People spend their time in traffic jams since everyone now has his own means of transportation. We could furnish many more such examples. Obviously, no one can predict when or how this phase will reach the point of self-exhaustion. What is certain is that the continued expansion of this kind of consumption now makes it possible to criticize and demystify the whole process. When this critique and demystification starts to get off the ground, they will pose a challenge to everything that is done in life under capitalism. They will show that consumption in itself has no meaning for man, that leisure pursuits are in themselves empty. Do we live merely to acquire an increasing number of ever more intricate and ever more useless gadgets while exhausting ourselves in increasingly absurd labors? Should we spend each week waiting for a Sunday haunted by the idea of the week to come, living on borrowed time amid the wearying internal contradictions of capitalistic consumption and capitalistic leisure pursuits? Sooner or later, workers will be brought back to the true problems. Why produce and why work? What kind of production and what kind of work? What kinds of relations between people should there be, and what kinds of orientation for society? What kind of orientation for society as a whole? For workers, present-day conditions raise the problems of workers' management of production and of the fate of man in the labor process. By coming to power, the bureaucracy points to itself as the enemy to be combated. The manipulation of consumers will reach its limits. When the proletariat enters into struggle again, it will find itself infinitely closer to the objectives and methods of socialism than in any other period in the proletariat's history. Section 8. For a modern revolutionary movement. It remains for us now to draw practical conclusions from the foregoing. For those who have understood what we have been saying, there is no need for any special justification. 1. An organized movement, the revolutionary movement, must be rebuilt from rock bottom. This reconstruction will find a solid base in the development of working class experience. But it presupposes a radical rupture with present-day organizations, their ideology, their mentality, their methods, and their actions. Everything that has existed and exists today in instituted form in the labor movement, parties, trade unions, etc., is irremediably and irrevocably finished, rotten, integrated into exploiting society. There can be no miraculous solutions. Everything must be remade at the cost of a long and patient labor. Everything must be started over again, but starting from the immense experience of a century of working-class struggles, with a proletariat that finds itself closer than ever to genuine solutions. 2. Equivocations about the socialist program created by degenerated, quote, working class, end quote, organizations, whether Stalinist or reformist, must be destroyed down to their very roots. The idea that socialism coincides in any way with the nationalization of the means of production or with planning, that it basically aims at, or that people ought to aim at, increasing production and consumption, are ideas that must be mercilessly denounced. Their basic identity with the underlying orientation of capitalism must be repeatedly shown. Workers' management of production and society and the power of workers' councils as the necessary form of socialism should be demonstrated and illustrated starting from recent historical experience. The basic content of socialism is the restitution of people's domination over their own lives, the transformation of work from an absurd form of breadwinning into the free development of the creative forces of individuals and groups, the constitution of integrated human communities, the unification of people's culture and lives. This content should not be embarrassingly hidden as some kind of speculation about an indeterminate future, but rather put forward as the sole response to the problems that today torment and stifle people and society. The socialist program ought to be presented for what it is, a program for the humanization of work and society. It ought to be shouted from the rooftops that socialism is not a backyard of leisure attached to the industrial prison or transistors for the prisoners. It is the destruction of the industrial prison itself. 3. Revolutionary criticism of capitalist society should switch its axis. In the first place, it should denounce in all its forms the inhuman and absurd character of work today. It should unveil the arbitrariness and monstrosity of hierarchy in production and in society, its total lack of justification, the tremendous wastefulness and strife it generates, the total incompetency of those who rule, the contradictions and irrationality of the bureaucratic management of each enterprise, of the economy, of the state, and of society. It ought to show that whatever the rise in the, quote, livings in the standard of living, end quote, the problem of people's needs is not resolved even in the richest of societies. That consumption in the capitalist mode is full of contradictions and ultimately absurd. Finally, it ought to broaden itself to encompass all aspects of life, to denounce the disintegration of communities, the dehumanization of relations between individuals, the content and methods of capitalist education, the monstrousness of modern cities, the double oppression imposed upon women and youth. 4. Traditional organizations were based on the idea that economic demands constituted the central problem confronting workers and that capitalism was incapable of satisfying these needs. This idea should be categorically repudiated, since this idea corresponds to nothing in present-day reality. The revolutionary organization and the trade union activity of revolutionary militants cannot be founded upon a game of outbidding others about economic demands, which the unions more or less have successfully defended and which are achievable within the capitalist system without major difficulties. The basis for permanent trade union reformism is to be found in the possibility of such wage increases. This is also one of the conditions for their irreversible degeneration into bureaucratic organizations. Capitalism can survive only by granting wage increases. For this reason, bureaucratized reformist trade unions are indispensable to it. This does not mean that revolutionary militants necessarily ought to leave the unions or no longer interest themselves in economic demands, but neither of these points retains the central importance they once were given. 5. The wage earner's humanity is less and less subject to attack by economic poverty, putting his physical existence into danger. It is more and more threatened by the nature and conditions of this work, by the oppression and alienation he suffers in the production process. Now, in this field, there is not and cannot be lasting reform, but only a struggle with unstable results that are never fully established. For one cannot reduce alienation by 3% per annum, nor is the organization of the productive process ever free from the upheavals of technical change. In this field, too, the trade unions cooperate with management down the line. A key task of the revolutionary movement is to help workers organize their struggle against living and working conditions in the capitalist enterprise. 6. Relations of exploitation in contemporary society more and more taking the form of hierarchical relations. Respect for the value of hierarchy, which is sustained by, quote, working class, end quote, organizations, becomes the last support for the whole system. The revolutionary movement ought to organize a systematic struggle against the ideology of hierarchy in all its forms, including wage and salary hierarchy and the hierarchy among different jobs in each company. In all struggles, the way in which a result is obtained is as important as and even more important than what is obtained. Even with regard to immediate effectiveness, actions organized and directed by the workers themselves are superior to actions decided and directed bureaucratically. Above all, these alone create the conditions for pushing the movement forward, for they alone teach the workers how to manage their own affairs. The supreme criterion guiding the activity of the revolutionary movement ought to be the idea that when it intervenes, it aims not at replacing, but at developing the workers' initiative and autonomy. Where am I? 8. Even when struggles in production reach a great intensity and attain a high level, the passage to the overall problem of society remains the hardest one for the workers to make. In this field, therefore, the revolutionary movement has a key task to perform. This task must not be confused with sterile agitation about incidents in the, quote, political life, end quote, of capitalism. It lies instead in showing that the system always operates against the workers, that they cannot resolve their problems without abolishing capitalism and the bureaucracy and totally reconstructing society, that there is a profound and intimate similarity between their fate as producers in the workplace and their fate as people in society, in the sense that neither one nor the other can be modified without division between a class of directors and a class of executants being suppressed. Only through long and patient work in this direction can the problem of how to mobilize the workers around general questions be posed again in correct terms. 9. Experience has proved that internationalism is not an automatic product of working class life. Formerly, it has been developed into a real political factor by the actions of working class organizations, but it disappeared when the latter degenerated and lapsed into chauvinism. The revolutionary movement will have to struggle to keep the proletariat to help the proletariat reclimb the long path down which it has been descending for the past quarter century. It will have to breathe life back into the international solidarity of work-labor struggles, and especially into the solidarity of peoples in imperialist countries with the struggles of colonized peoples. The 10. The revolutionary movement must cease to appear as a political movement in the traditional sense of the term. Traditional politics is dead, and for good reasons. The population has abandoned it because it sees it for what it is in social reality. The activity of a stratum of professional mystifiers hovering around the state machinery and its appendages in order to penetrate into them or take them over. The revolutionary movement ought to appear as what it really is, a total movement concerned with everything people do and are subject to in society, and above all with their real daily life. 11. The revolutionary movement ought therefore to cease being an organization of specialists. It ought to become the only place in present-day society outside the workplace, where a growing number of individuals relearn how to live a truly collective life, manage their own affairs, and realize and develop themselves while working in mutual recognition for a common objective. 12. The propaganda and recruitment efforts of the revolutionary movement henceforth must take into account the transformations in the structure of capitalist society and the generalization of its state of crisis. The class divisions of this society are more and more becoming the division between directors and executants. The immense majority of individuals, whatever their qualifications or level of pay, have been transformed into wage-earning executants who carry out compartmentalized tasks. They feel the alienation in their work as well as the absurdity of the system, and they tend to revolt against it. Office staff and office workers, as well as people in so-called tertiary occupations, are becoming less and less distinguishable from manual laborers and are beginning to struggle against the system along the same lines. Similarly, the crisis of culture and the decomposition of values in capitalist society are driving large sections of intellectuals and students whose numerical weight indeed is growing toward a radical critique of the system. The revolutionary movement alone can give a positive meaning and provide a positive outcome to the revolt of these strata, and in return the movement will be greatly enriched by them. Under the conditions of an exploitative society, the revolutionary movement alone can serve as the link between manual workers, quote, tertiary, end quote, employees, and intellectuals. Without this link-up, there can be no victory for the revolution. 13. The rupture between generations and the youth revolt in modern society are not comparable to the, quote, generational conflicts, end quote, of former times. Youth no longer oppose adults as part of a strategy to take their place in an accepted and established system. They reject this system. They no longer recognize this system's values. Contemporary society is losing its hold over the generations it produces. This rupture is especially brutal when it comes to politics. On the one hand, the overwhelming majority of adult cadres and labor militants cannot re-gear themselves to the changing situation, no matter how hard they try or how sincere they may be. They mechanically repeat the lessons and phrases learned long ago, even though these ideas have become devoid of meaning. They remain attached to forms of action and organization that are in the process of collapsing. Conversely, traditional organizations are succeeding less and less in recruiting youth. In the eyes of young people, nothing separates these organizations from all the stupid, worm-eaten pomposity they meet with when they come into the social world. The revolutionary movement will be able to give a positive direction to the immense revolt of youth today. It will make of it the leaven for social transformation if it can find the new and genuine language for which youth is searching, and if it can show young people an effective form of action and struggle against a world they reject. The crisis and wearing down of the capitalist system today extends to all sectors of life. Its leaders tire themselves out attempting to plug the leaks in the system without ever succeeding in doing so. In this society, the richest and most powerful the world has ever known, people's dissatisfaction and their impotence in the face of their own creations are greater than ever. Today, capitalism may succeed in privatizing workers and driving workers away from dealing with their social problems and from acting collectively, but this phase cannot last forever if only because established society will put a stop to it first. Sooner or later, due to one of those inevitable, quote, accidents, end quote, that take place under the present system, the masses will enter into action again to change the conditions of their existence. The fate of this action will depend upon the degree of consciousness, of initiative, of will, and of the capacity for autonomy that workers will then exhibit. But the development of this awareness and the consolidation of this autonomy depend to a decisive degree on the continuing work of a revolutionary organization. The organization must have a clear understanding of the experience of a century of working class struggles. Above all, it must understand that both the end and the means of all revolutionary action are the development of the workers' conscious and autonomous action. It must be capable of tracing out the perspective of a new human society for which it is worth living and dying. Finally, it must itself embody the example of a collective activity that people can both understand and dominate.